Good morning. Live post conviction relief hearing. Zachary Adams. A lot of waiting around, and then they finally get started. This is all live today. Oh. Good morning. Okay, this sound is like so low.
Good morning, sir. Could you state your name for the court?
Forrest Richardson.
And could you spell your last name for the court report?
Richardson.
Could you tell the court what your occupation is?
I'm an investigator for the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury.
And how long have you been there?
4 years.
What type of educational background do you have in professional background?
I have my bachelor's and master's in accounting. I'm also a certified public accountant and a certified forensic interviewer. I began my career working in public accounting for 2 years, and now I've worked for the Comptroller's Office in investigations for 4 years.
When did you become licensed as a CPA?
2020.
And when did you get your license as a forensic interviewer?
2023.
And you work at the Comptroller's Office in the Division of Investigations.
Yes,
so
sir.
Could you tell the court, what do you deal with on a daily basis?
So as an investigator, I investigate allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse of state funds and local government funds. Our office receives allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse from all over the state. We go out and perform an investigation, interview individuals for information, collect records, perform an investigation, and report our findings to the local district attorney, and they make all charging decisions from that point on.
As part of this matter, were you approached or your agency approached to perform any type of review of some records?
Yes, our office was approached by Ms. Jennifer Nichols about performing analysis of Ms. Thompson's ACAP billing records, just to present that information in a manner that would be more easy to understand generally how much time she spent working on this case and what areas she spent her time in.
So let's break that down for everyone. What is ACAP?
So ACAP is, I'll go a little step further back. So the state has an indigent representation fund, which is used to pay for the representation of individuals who need state appointed attorneys. And that fund is administered by the Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts through their ACAP system, which is the AOC claims and payment system. State appointed attorneys submit their hours through that system to the Administrative Office of the Courts to receive payment for their services.
So I'm sure the lawyers and the court are aware of how this works, but could you give an explanation as to what does an attorney have to put into the system to get paid?
So on each ACAP claim form, an attorney has to list by date the activity performed on the case, where they provide a detailed description of their work, the amount of hours worked, either whether that was in court or out of court for that activity, or they can also list expenses on a line on that form as well.
And our General Nichols came to you with certain records that we received from the AOC for Jennifer Thompson's billing for this case. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of your testimony, did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Okay. And Judge, I would like to just put that on the screen.
No.
I have copies for it.
All right, this will be interesting. This is a state witness. One of the claims is ineffective assistance of counsel, and they're going to use this forensic account basically to show all the money that was spent by this lawyer that represented Zachary Adams.
Mr. Richardson, would you like a copy to look along with, or are you okay with the screen?
I'll take a copy.
Jump to page 4. So, in reviewing these records, what was your aim?
So the purpose of our limited analysis of this was to not necessarily draw any conclusions about the quality of Ms. Thompson's work or whether the amount of work she performed was sufficient. We just wanted to provide a summary of her billing data, which would make it more easy to understand for the court's purposes. Generally.
On, I think, the 6th page, after we provide you the initial documents received from the AOC, did you go back and receive a more complete record?
Yes, so the initial records that we received did not include any billing data for May 2017 or September 2017. September 2017 being the month of the trial. And so once we met with the folks at the AOC and looked through some of the data in their system, they discovered that they had not provided September 2017, and that was caused by an issue with. So they have the AOC has an audit process for all of these claims that come through, and because Ms. Thompson's time in September 2017 had gone over certain thresholds where she was working more than 8 hours in court hours or more than 12 out of court hours on several given days, they have a process where they're required to then contact that attorney and say, okay, you've gone over certain thresholds. We need more timekeeping records. Ms. Thompson did not follow up with those additional timekeeping records. And so therefore that claim was never actually paid for September 2017. But they were able to still pull the data that she had originally submitted for her time worked for that month.
Gotcha.
But there was no claim that she submitted for the month of May 2017.
Okay. If you could turn to the, I think it's the 7th page, it's the ACAP claim form.
Yes. So this is an example of what an ACAP claim form looks like, and this is one of Ms. Thompson's forms from June 2017. As you can see on the screen, these are listed by date, activity, in-court hours and out-of-court hours, or necessary expenses if necessary. The reason that hours are broken out by in-court or out-of-court is because those hours are paid at a different rate. In-court hours are paid at a higher rate. And you'll see in the activity column, just some examples of what these descriptions look like. And they are fairly detailed, which gives us insight into what Ms. Thompson was actually working on for each of these lines. For example, you see receive and review email from ADA Ragland regarding duplicate copy of lab reports. That's fairly specific. You can get an idea of what specifically she was working on. And so that gave us, it's these descriptions that gave us insight into how she allocated her time working on this case.
Did you find the description she's provided to be detailed?
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to, you get all these documents from the AOC. They're in PDF format.
Correct.
So you need to take, is it true that you need to take the information on that PDF file and put it into another format to be able to do your job?
Correct. So luckily the PDFs were in a searchable format. For example, if you were to open a PDF, you could search for a keyword and find that, which made conversion of those PDFs to Excel very easy. We have a software called the Avi software, which allows us to run those PDFs through the software, and it will convert all of those to Excel. And once that data is in Excel, it's much easier for us to use that data and summarize that data.
So the next slide, which is billing data in Excel.
Yes. And so this is what that billing data now would look like after that conversion process. I believe once it was into Excel, it was around 2,300 lines of billing data after that conversion was complete.
So how do you go about this task? That you have thousands of lines of entries. How do you start making buckets to put these entries into?
Yes. So the first analysis that I performed was to look at Ms. Thompson's allocation of time. And to do that, I had to create various categories that I could then assign to each of those lines of billing data. And then once those were all categorized, we could then summarize her time by those categories. And so I had to create these categories myself and assign them myself. The ACAP system now has its own categories built in, but they did not institute those categories until September 2017, which was the month of the trial.
So to clarify that, before the month of the trial, an attorney on an appointed case could put the time entry in, but not have to click on a category in which the time entry related to.
Correct.
And now there's a separate menu on ACAP where you have to designate the category and the work done.
Correct.
So on the next slide, we have categories ACAP versus your department, the comptroller's office. Why did you come up with your categories?
So my categories are similar, but I did them a bit differently. And you'll notice that in the ACAP categories, you have category 6, which is telephone calls, or category 5, which is correspondence. And I didn't think that those were very descriptive. And I had used those as categories originally, but when I summarized the data, the largest categories by hours were telephone calls and meetings, and which is not very descriptive to tell you how she's spending her time. And so I created more detailed categories such as communication with defense team and experts, communication with client and family, that sort of thing. And I can talk a little bit more about how I determined which lines belonged in each of those more specific
Please, I'd like you to explain
categories.
how you defined and figured out where to put what.
So looking through the billing data, there are many instances, which I think you could see on that example, like it would say call with and list an individual's name, or meeting with and list an individual's name. And so I was able to determine, sometimes by context clues, it would say, it may list that person's name and list in the description that they were an expert, or list that they were a mitigation specialist. And so I tried to determine who each individual was and assign those individuals in a separate area to categories and say, okay, this attorney is a member of the defense team, or this individual is a representative of the court. And that allowed me to put those meetings and phone calls into categories based on that individual's affiliation to the case.
Okay. Let's jump to Jennifer Thompson total hours worked. That is page. Let me see what it is. Page 22.
Okay, so this is, and real quick, I had categories that we showed up on screen, which were the major categories, which I had 10. I also had 39 subcategories, and each of those subcategories fit within those major 10 categories. And so this is a chart showing the breakout of Ms. Thompson's total hours by subcategory. And so on this, and since there's 39 of them, this is a very large chart. I think on the next page I had shown just the top half, but zooming is fine as well. And so this gives you an idea of how her hours were broken out, or how she allocated her time to each of these subcategories. And as you can see, with discovery review, with records review, trial prep being the top several categories.
So for discovery review, how many total hours were you able to find in review that she performed that work?
366.2 hours. And just to give some insight into how I would assign those categories, I was really, it's all based on what she included in her description. So if she, in her description, talked about.
Okay. This is Zachary Adams' attorney, Jennifer Thompson's total hours worked by subcategory for like basically a 2-year period. 2015, so beginning of September of 2015 and going until the end of September of 2017, because the trial was the month of September in 2017.
About discovery or discovery review, that item would fall under the discovery review category, which could be different from records review, because you may have a line item where she talks about reviewing certain records, but it doesn't necessarily mention discovery. And so that would just fall under records review.
How many hours were you able to find for trial preparation of Ms. Thompson for this case?
265.5 hours.
What about defense team meetings and calls?
226.8 hours.
Motions, orders, and briefs?
202.5 hours.
What about witness interviews and research?
Okay, I'm going to bring some context to this. I have to. For example, this 386 hours of discovery in a 2-year period, you guys, that's only 22 hours. If you take the, I'm sorry, it was 386. That'd be 24 months. You're like under 20 hours a month. That ain't fucking shit. You understand that? Oh shit. If the defense doesn't destroy this, then they didn't prep. Okay? This ain't shit. To only spend 386 hours in a 2-year period for discovery, that is laughable. That is equivalent in my math over a 2-year period. So it's 24 months. That's like if I was to spend 20 hours per month. Get out of here. I do 20 hours per day. I cannot believe they're calling this man at the stand and talk about this.
157.4 hours.
Further down, does it give a time for work during the trial?
Yes, 74.2 hours.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. The trial time she billed was only 74.2 hours. That's it. I thought, how long was his trial? If you're going 8-hour days, like that's 2 full weeks is 80, She only spent 60.4 hours on cell phone records. She only spent 76.1 hours on expert meetings and calls. Evidence review, 77 hours. Witness preparation, 80 hours. Are you kidding me? Investigator meetings and calls, 82.8 hours. This is over a 2-year period. Travel expenses, like that's the time traveling. 231 hours is almost equivalent to the trial preparation of 265. If you guys have ever had a lawyer, you're going to see all the times they bill for travel time. It's absolutely insane. Like, no, we can Zoom. Let's see your travel time. 0. Unbelievable.
And does it allocate, or did you find work done for focus groups in the building?
I did, and that was 41.8 hours.
We're going to jump to Jennifer Thompson allocation of time worked by category.
Yes, and so as I was saying, as charts we were just looking at were these subcategories, and this is the 10 large categories, which all of those subcategories are organized under. And so the largest piece of the pie here would be evidence, records, and gathering and review, which would include some of those: the discovery review, records review, evidence review.
And this is from September 1st of 2015 through September 30th of 2017, correct?
Correct.
So this didn't encompass any time spent on the motion for new trial?
No.
Or the appellate work?
No.
On the next page, can you tell the court about how you determined the average or hours per week worked on this case for Ms. Thompson?
Yes, so the next analysis that I performed was to summarize her billing data by average hours per week. And I wanted to show that average hours per week by calendar quarter, just because, when you look at these large numbers, it's hard to digest and compare that to something and get an understanding of if that's a reasonable amount of time or not. And so I thought, showing an average hours per week would be an easy comparison to the 40-hour work week. Everyone can look at that and say, okay, now I can understand how much time she was spending on this case on a given week.
Horrible.
And I decided to summarize that by quarter, just so that we would only have 9 bars in our chart rather than 25 if you were to show that by month.
Okay. Why?
But you did have some missing data from the month of May.
Yes, as I said earlier, there was no billing data submitted for May 2017, but we were able to look at James Simmons's time and see that he had listed on his ACAT billing records for the month of May 2017 that he listed multiple occasions where he said he was working directly with Ms. Thompson and for 9.1 hours during that month. And so based on that, it seemed clear that Ms. Thompson did work on the case during that month. We just didn't have data for that month. And so as a result, I did not include May 2017 as a part of my average for the second quarter of 2017. And I did that to avoid that skewing the data. So if I included zeros for that month, it would have brought down that average, but it wouldn't have necessarily been representative of her actual average hours worked per week.
Because we just don't know.
Because we don't know what her time worked was, but we can tell from, it appears from Mr. Simmons's time that she was working on the case that month.
If I want to jump to the graph on that, which is, I think that's it right there.
Yes.
Could you tell the court what's going on here?
Okay. And so this chart shows Ms. Thompson's average hours worked per week by calendar quarter for our scope. And as you can see, generally her time worked on the case increased over time, as you'd expect. And you can see in Q1, and Q2 2017, she's near 40 hours a week on average working on the case, with a significant bump in Q3 2017, which would be the 2 months leading up to the trial and the month of the trial.
Did you have the chance to compare her billing to Jim Simmons' billing?
Yes, I did a similar, found similar data on Mr. Simmons's time. And so we've got a chart where you can see the average hours worked per week by Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. So there's the totals. You can see that Ms. Thompson did work significantly more time on this case than Mr. Simmons. A little over 1,000 more hours worked on the case.
So for, I think it was September 1st of 2015 through September 30th of 2017, you have found that she worked 2,870 hours on that.
Correct.
And what does this chart show?
And so this chart shows similar data to the previous chart. You can see the blue columns are the same data from that previous chart that show Ms. Thompson's average hours worked per week. But this one also includes Mr. Simmons' average hours worked per week. And so you can kind of see consistently she was working more hours per week on the case. And his time seems to follow a similar trend line with his hours per week increasing as they approach the trial.
And that's page 34. Moving on to, you looked at some collaborative hours?
Yes,
And
I
what's
did.
that?
So I decided to perform an analysis that showed the number of hours, average hours per week, where Ms. Thompson and Mr. Simmons were working together. So that would be based on Ms. Thompson's billing data, where she listed that she was specifically working with Mr. Simmons. So that would be any meetings or phone calls directly with Mr. Simmons.
And is this chart representative of that?
Yes, this is the chart that shows the average hours that the two worked per week across this scope. And you can see it does follow a similar trim line to the other charts, where the amount of hours they work together increased or as they approach the month of the trial.
So you're finding billing entries by Jennifer Thompson saying that she's working with Jim Simmons during
Correct.
those times.
Yes.
And vice versa, you're also finding billing entries in Jim Simmons' work showing that he's working with Jennifer Thompson.
Yes.
It's fair to say that they work together more as the trial approached?
Yes, that's what the data would show.
Judge, I would like to move that PowerPoint into.
Objection, Mr. Davis.
Done.
What's our next number exhibit?
148.
I'll make this exhibit 148. Mr. Boyano, I don't know if the exhibit that, are you going to put it in as a PowerPoint on a thumb drive or the printed copy?
Either or. I mean,
Let's do the printed copy.
Okay.
But I will say that the court's version, the last page is analysis number 3 in the pie chart or the bar chart created that compares Jim Simmons with Jennifer Thompson. I don't have analysis 4 in the other graph.
Then I'll put
My
it,
printed copy.
Well,
It might
then-
be on the,
right. So how, I will use a clean version of the PDF on a flash drive if the board is agreeable to that.
that's fine.
So I'll make that a, they call it exhibit form. Number 148. This is the comprehensive summary. That's basically it passes up to this. Mr. Richardson, did you, what is this that I just passed out?
This is my comprehensive summary about the work that I performed related to this case.
And this is, the summary cites numerous Excel worksheets and that you created for this data, is that right?
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the third page. The subcategories with over 100 hours worked. Discovery review, we have 366 hours, is that right?
Correct.
And then we have records review, which is 266.
Correct.
Could you explain the difference between those two reports?
Yes. So all of my categories were based, of course, on what was included in the descriptions that Ms. Thompson provided in her billing records. If it listed discovery as the purpose of whatever the activity was, then that would fall under discovery review. But there were instances where she described reviewing records, but did not mention specifically discovery. And so I categorize those as records review rather than including them in discovery review.
On the fifth page, you give additional information as to Thompson and Simmons' hours worked together. Could you tell the court what your findings were with those numbers?
Yes. According to Thompson's ACAP claims, she spent 390.7 hours working directly with James Simmons. Simmons' ACAP claim shows he reported 390.3 hours worked with Thompson.
So, suppose I'll say that's pretty close number between the two of them.
Yes, very similar numbers of hours that they reported working together.
Your Honor, I'd like to move this and the entire comptroller report into evidence.
Actually, just a minute. All right, you're gonna include the summary as a.
I will.
as-
It's a large file, so I would like to do a flash drive on it as well.
Do a flash drive on that and enter this, let's just do them separately. We'll do the printed confidential investigative work product, Investigator Richardson as exhibit 150. And then exhibit 151 will be the flash drive. Is there a file name on it?
It's a folder. It's a comptroller financial report that
Make sure, let's just clarify that with the court reporter during the break when you
Sure.
submit it to the court reporter.
will do.
Judge,
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
at exhibit 149 and 150.
Thank you. The confidential investigator work product is exhibit 149. And then 150 with the flash drive with the entire report.
Mr. Richard, how Could you tell the court how much Jennifer Thompson was paid for her work on this case?
I'm not sure if that's included in my summary here. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Those are my questions, Judge. Past witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination is debate.
Ooh, here we go. Cross-examination.
In your report, do you remember reading an entry where Ms. Thompson reviewed ATM video footage in this case?
Not specifically.
Nothing further.
Questions to that? There you go. Investigator Rich. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Any reason the investigator needs to stick around?
There it is. There it was.
Witness,
Yes, Your Honor. Tim Call, Michael Giselle.
Michael Frizzell. Good morning, sir.
Where did they go, sir?
You're fine. Stay
All right,
there.
sir.
You put your stuff down and stand. Works right here, Michael.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, ma'am.
See, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, could you state your name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Michael Frizzell, Frizzell.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently the Assistant Director at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation over the Administration Division.
And how long have you been with TBI?
A little over 27 years now.
Could you tell the court about your employment history with TBI?
I can. I started out as what we call as a field agent at general case assignments. And I was assigned to the 28th Judicial District, which is Gibson, Crockett, and Haywood counties at that time. That was from 1998 to 2007. In 2007, I transferred to headquarters in Nashville to our Technical Services Unit. And I stayed in that capacity until 2017. And then I became over our police officer section, which handles various duties there, until I'm getting my dates mixed up. But anyway, past that, I became over our support group, and now I'm over the administration division.
And during your time at TBI, you were heavily involved, would it be true, with the Technical Services Unit?
Yes.
And what experience and background and training did you have as part of that?
Well, we handled a lot of different things in that unit. One was the internet crimes against children. So I had background and training in those types of investigations. Others was phone related matters. And I was an operator of a cell site simulator. Then our aviation section was in that group at one point. So I performed duties with that, providing overwatch, operating camera system in the plane. Some other duties include seeking or looking for hidden listening devices. That's called tactical surveillance countermeasure. And that's some of the duties that I did.
Okay. You've testified as an expert previously, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you, previously in this matter, you've testified as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your expertise in that you testified at trial?
In call detail record analysis.
aside from this matter, have you testified in other cases to that subject matter before?
Yes, I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
Maybe a dozen.
Do you maintain any professional certifications as part of that?
I've been out of this since 2019. From 2016 to 2019, I was part of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. They call it CAST. And I had to go through a certification process to be in that group. In 2019, my duties became so much at my home agency that I had to relinquish that and move on to my home agency.
Judge, at this time, I would like to tender him as an expert.
Objections, Mr. Bates?
None.
Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Yes, sir. It's a group within the FBI that performs called detailed record analysis, drive testing, and other matters.
All right, what's the specific expertise?
The same as he testified before, which would be short call detail analysis.
Call detail record analysis.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Back in 2017, you prepared a report for the state in this court that was, I think, entitled Bobo Cellular Analysis Report with, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was previously entered as an exhibit, I believe, during your testimony?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to pass this up.
All right. Is this the?
It is. I believe it was,
Trial.
yep, I believe it was previously marked in the trial as Exhibit 208. That's one for the court.
Objections to submission here, Mr. Bates?
None.
All right, trial exhibit 208 will now be exhibit 151 for this hearing.
Mr. Rizal,
Explain what it is.
Yeah,
Make
sure.
sure it explains what it is.
Mr. Rizal, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
Sorry.
What is it?
It's a report. It's called FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's prepared by me as a TFO, Task Force Officer for the FBI. And it was dated August 31st, 2017, and 3 phone numbers were analyzed, 731-733-0191, 731-733-2073, 731-549-7352.
So that report contains certain phone numbers that the state specifically asked you to look at and do an analysis on
Yes,
for certain time periods.
for August 13th, 2011. Not
It-
August, April, excuse me, April 13th, 2011.
I want you, could you turn your attention to page 5?
Okay.
So here we have, I know I'm starting at the end here, but the 3 phone numbers you're asked to identify, could you tell the court which 3 you were asked to look at?
731-549-7352. I believe that's the phone number associated with Holly Bobo. 731-733-0191. I believe that's a number that was associated with Mr. Zachary Adams. And then 731-733-2073. I believe that was the phone number associated with Mr. Jason Autry.
Sir, you recognize that document?
Sir?
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
More recently, we asked you to look at some of the many of the numbers in this report and identify who those numbers belong to. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had time to review that document?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is the information on it accurate to the phone numbers in your report and the people associated with those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Should I like to have that marked as the next number exhibit?
Jackson, I will mark this exhibit 152.
No, not right now. So I want to talk about what is in this report. The original records you looked at were all AT&T records. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And they come in a raw format. Is that right? Of activity records.
So they come in a format that's AT&T specific. Each carrier sends them different ways, but they'll come in a PDF form or a text form, sometimes both. But they have, they demonstrate, if I may,
Page 4.
We're back to exhibit 151.
yes, page 4. I think it was 208 in the original, I think. So it lists the date of a call. It lists connection time. So what time the call started. When I say call, I should say communication event. It could be a voice call or a text message.
Mhm.
And then what's called a seizure time. And the seizure time is when a person press send on the phone, and that's how many seconds that it's in the ring portion of the call. And then it lists the originating phone number, so the person making the call, and then the terminating phone number, the person receiving the call or the communication, I keep saying call, then the elapsed time, how long that communication event occurred, and that can be minutes and seconds. And then it shows the number dialed. That's the actual number that was dialed by the originating party. And then there's a column called IMEI. That's called the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. So basically a serial number for the phone, for the device that was used. And then the IMSI, the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, that's basically the SIM card that goes in the phone, and that's the subscriber information that's on that card. And then there's another description column called mobile to mobile. It's the type of transaction, and then the cell location. And so the cell location provides the LAC, that's the location area code for all the cell towers located within a certain area. And then the next numbers past that, it's like in this case, 16019, that's going to be the LAC / and then the next number, 31522, and I'm reading the top here, 31522. So 3152 is going to be the cell tower number. And then the last two is going to describe the sector for us. And then ATT lists the longitude, then latitude of where that cell tower is located. And then the last number is the half beam width of that sector. So in this case, and that's going to be the azimuth, like on a compass. So 120 degrees.
So with these documents you received from AT&T, you're able to tell what phone called another phone.
Yes.
And these records reflect who's the sender and who's the receiver.
Well, it reflects on what number communicating with the other phone number.
How long the call lasted for?
Yes.
And the records give you information regarding the actual phone that makes the call? Like so the identity of the device.
Say that one more time.
So these records will give you the identity of the device that made the call.
Well, it gives us the phone number that was used, and then if the identity of the device is the IMEI, that's the equipment identifier. So basically the serial number for the phone.
Gotcha. You given the information about what's sector that the device is on
Yes.
an individual tower.
Yes, we can see where the tower, what the tower number is, the tower location, and then the direction of the sector that was used.
Can you explain briefly to the court, like what these sectors are and how they work with towers?
Yes. So let's use the clock on the back of the wall back here. So it's a good way to do this. It's analog clock. So from 12 to, cell towers, they have to cover 360 degrees. So in order to do that, instead of having what they call an omnidirectional, so one antenna is just broadcasting 360 degrees, they need to, for network capability and make it more user-friendly for people, so they can divide this into sectors. So generally they're in 120 degree pies, I'll call them. So 3 of those make 360. So let's say from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock would be sector 1. So each hour hand's a 30 degree. So 1 would be 30, 2 would be 60, 3 would be 90, 4 would be 120, 12 being 0, like on a compass. So 12 to 4 is 120, 4 to 8 would be the next 120, 8 to 12 would be the next 120. So sectors 1, 2, 3. They're not always numbered 1, 2, and 3. You can add more antennas, and they could be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They can keep going as long as they keep adding more antennas to cover more for their sector.
And could you explain how the azimuth works on these towers?
So we need to know what direction that sector is pointing. So they give us this 120 degrees right here. So you take that's the half beam width. And so you can go 60 one way, 60 the other way, and develop which way the sector is pointing.
In 2011, were most of these towers divided into these 3 sections?
Yes.
And within those 3 sections, the towers, would it be fair to say, is listening as to what a device is doing and able to capture if the device is active?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
If a phone is able to connect with that tower within one of the 3 sectors, it's able to measure and to tell what the phone is transmitting.
So in the records, the only thing that's captured in these call detail records is when a phone actually connects to a tower. So example, I'm holding my phone up, it's turned off right now, so it's not doing anything. It's not registering with the network at all. If I were to turn this phone on, it's going to start registering with the networks. It's going to look at all the towers around. And it's going to constantly take measurements, and it's going to determine when I press the send button, if I want to make a call or if I want to send a text message, it's going to determine which tower it connects to based on the strongest and cleanest signal. So to answer your question, the only thing we see in these records is when a communication event occurred. When it's in idle mode and there's no communication going on, we don't see that.
What about if it's off?
No, we don't see anything.
So it would be fair to say you actually have to be getting a call, place a call, or a text or some activity to be able to see.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Let's talk about generally pins and differentiate that from cell towers. You testified at the original trial about pings that were done on Holly Bobo's phone on April 13th, 2011. How is a ping different than looking at cell phone activity?
So a ping is when the network is actively trying to locate the phone. So in this case, the Decatur County Sheriff's Office contacted AT&T and asked them to try to locate that phone. So they send some sort of signal out. They're trying to reach into the phone and get it to respond. And so what these pings do is they give what they call a confidence level rating. And so AT&T in this case gave us the latitude and longitude to plot on a map. It's based only on the tower. It's not GPS satellite latitude, longitude.
Was it did that exist on the phones you were looking at this time?
So I know once her phone was located, it was examined, and the FBI examined it too. So I talked to the examiner, and no GPS information was located on her phone.
So we have a ping with an area and a confidence rating. Is that right?
That's right.
And within the area of the ping, what more information can you glean from that ping in which direction the device is within the area?
So what we do is we plot that latitude, longitude, that point on Earth that they give us. And then from that point, we take the confidence level rating, and they always give it in meters. And so I remember the first one, I think, was 4,448 meters. So you take that, and that's the radius. So you go from that point, I'm just describing, you go 4,448 meters each direction from that point. And that's going to give you a diameter. And so we complete a circle that way, and that's the area that the device could be located in. So it's not an exact location at all.
So I want to turn your attention to what's up on the screen. I think it's page 9, 10 on the report. So we have, I believe, was the first ping the AT&T location at 8:57 a.m.
Yes. Would it be okay if I step down and, Your Honor, and point to this?
Sure.
This is in black and white, and it's kind of. Yes. So you're talking about this 8:57, can you hear me okay? This 8:57 a.m. ping here? Ask me your question again, please.
Explain what that means in terms of where the device is in that area.
We don't know. It's just somewhere in this circle. We don't know.
Don't know if it's north, south, east, west.
No. So what I can describe to you is that ping looks to me is that spot, this top one I'm pointing at. If we were to draw a line up this sector on that tower right there, it looks like it's in the center of sector 1 to me.
The next ping was at 9:02 a.m.
Yes.
And what is the, how big is that ping area?
4,894 meters. And that's the radius. That's one direction. Then we have to go back the other direction to get our diameter. We convert that to miles and figure it out.
It's a large area.
It's a very large area. So I would estimate this first one's about 24 square miles. I'm going to estimate this second one. I'm going to be wrong if I say this, so I'm going to add 28 square miles roughly. We need to double check me on that.
Okay. But what about the third one?
The third one's even bigger. So it's cut off here. This one's at 910. Yes, 910. 910, this is 7,100 square meters radius. And that's about 60 or 61 square miles. So in other words, it's a little bit larger than the city of Jackson, Tennessee.
And again, that you have that area, but you can't tell north, south, east, or west where that device is in that
No,
area.
no, sir.
I want to turn your attention to page 10 in your report. This looks like it is tracking the activity of Zach Adams' phone.
What page did you say?
10.
Okay. Yes.
And let's start with the first time. The first time his phone comes up in your report is at 8:19. Is that right?
Give me 1 second, please. On this page, yes, for some reason I had in my mind, yes, on this page at 8:19, that's correct.
Because you've done other places in this report. It shows activity before 8:19, early in the morning. Is that right?
Yes, 454 and 458. That's on page 14, yes.
And this diagram that has a 3-2, what does that represent?
So that represents the sector. 2 being sector 2, 3 being sector 3. So I need to point out too, these sectors, they're perfectly 120-degree angles here. And so, and this little, I'm going to step back down if that's okay, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So this area here, that's just demonstrates the direction of the radio frequency, how it's going out. It doesn't mean that it stops here. It doesn't mean that it's in a crisp line going out either way. So I just want to make that clear. So what this would actually look like would be an irregular shaped polygon out that way. You can have little areas out here, little areas out here, little area out there that it may cover. But the 2 and the 3 represent the sector.
Okay. And the sector 2 of, and this is the cell tower by Birdsong, or the truck stop cell tower. Is that right?
Yes, it's up on Cox Road, up by the North 40 truck stop.
That is sector 2 of the truck stop cell tower is Zach Adams' home sector. Is that right?
Yes.
And each entry on here is tracking either a text message or a phone call. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And are you able to recognize the phone numbers that are on this? Can you zoom in?
I can recognize some of them if I could get that exhibit back. So I don't have them devoted to memory.
Sure.
All right, the witnesses, and this is a report, exhibit 151. Is that correct, Mr. Boyan?
Yes.
Pulling this from 151.
This is 152.
And if you could be handed 152, if you could be handed 151 and 152, which is the
152.
So the first phone call at 8:19, do you know who is, it's an incoming call, right?
That's correct.
Do you know who it's from?
2073, Mr. Autry, sending a text to 091. Let me make sure I clarify. Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone.
And his phone is receiving that text message in Sector 2 of Birdsong, Sector 2 of Truck Stop Cell Tower.
That's correct.
And if we, on the further down, we have a number 31523. That's this. Is that the same cell tower?
It is just on Sector 3.
Okay. So at 8:53, his cell phone is jumping to the other sector of the tower. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then at 8:58, it's registering off of back on Sector 2.
That's correct.
If I could turn your attention back to your report on page 11.
Before you move to that, Brazil, when you were talking about the clock, you said 12 to 4 was Sector 1, 4 to 8, Sector 2, 8 to 12, Sector 3. That's not what this is. You want to elaborate on that for me? please?
Yes, sir. So in general, I'm just using that as an analogy. Talk about 120-degree sector when it looked like. So in this case, ATT tells us the half beam width for this sector was 120. So we take 60 degrees each direction of 120, and that's how we develop the sector here.
So it's not consistent from tower to tower.
No, sir, it's not.
You can ask follow-up questions to that.
If I could draw your attention to page 11 of your report. What is this showing to us?
So this is depicting the phone number ending in 7352 and the phone number ending in 091, the towers they use and the sectors they use below. It also puts the ping information on here from 857, 902, and 910.
And what relevance is it that, because you're tracking Zach Adams' phone, which ends in 0191, is that right?
Yes. So
And Holly Bobo's phone, which ends in 7352.
yes. So 7352 would be the pink. 0191 would be the blue. And then you can see this is not really pink or blue, so can't get a good color there. So it's kind of a mixture of the blue and the pink on sector 3 there.
Okay. Moving on to the next page, on page 12. You are looking at a phone number of 2073, is that right?
Yes,
Whose phone is that?
that is Mr. Jason Autry's phone.
And where does Jason Autry's phone start the day?
This starts up using a tower up here in Camden, Tennessee.
And does it, what time is the first activity on that phone?
6:50 a.m.
Is it a call or a text message?
That's a text message. SMS stands for short message service. It's a text message.
And does Jason Autry's phone begin to move south that morning?
He used the next tower at 6:51. 6:51, he uses the tower further south, located on 641. So you look at this sector, it's using a southern facing sector on this one at 650. It's using sort of a eastern facing sector on the next tower at 651. It's further south.
By 8:19, where is his phone?
Starts using sector 1 on what you're calling the truck stop tower, the one on Cox Road of I-40 and 641. Uses sector 1 from 819 to 840. And then from 852 to 855, it uses sector 2 of that same tower.
From 8:19 through 8:40, if you could, can you see the numbers on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize who Mr. Autry is communicating with throughout the time?
819, his phone is communicating with Mr. Adams' phone.
So at 8:19, that's Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes,
Okay. What about at 8:30?
830, Mr. Adams' phone communicates with Mr. Autry's phone.
What about at 8:38?
838,
Yes, sir.
again, Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone. And then at 838 again, Mr. Adams' phone to Mr. Autry's phone.
And this is 31521, one being the northern for one sector of truck stop tower.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. At 8:52, does Mr. Autry's phone move to another sector?
At 852, it moves to sector 2 of that same tower.
Okay. And is that a text message or a phone call? Or a voice call?
At 852, that's a voice call
Okay. To who?
to Mr. Adams' phone.
What about at 8:55 a.m.?
Same thing, voice call to Mr. Adams' phone.
On page 13, this is tracking, is it true, Mr. Autry's phone between 8:42 and 10:48?
Yes.
Okay, so tell the court what's going on from where it begins and where it ends up.
So at 9:42 a.m., we see activity on a tower located right on I-40, the Birdsong exit. And we see it using sector 7 of that tower. This sector 7 points out toward the river. And then at 10:35, we see it move to sector 9 of that Birdsong tower, which points back to the west, in a western direction. Then at 10:36, still on sector 9 of that Birdsong tower. At 10:39, we see them using the truck stop tower sector 2. And then again at 10:48, truck stop tower at 10:48. And those are AM.
So we have him. Yeah, I'm gonna go back one. When was the last time he is? When Mr. Autry was in on truck stop tower, previous page. Did he leave sector, did Mr. Autry leave sector 2 of truck stop tower at 8:40? Or 8:55?
No, 8:40, you use sector 1.
Sector 1, I'm sorry, at 8:55, he left, Mr. Autry left truck stop tower, sector 2, is that right?
In 8:55, he was on sector, his phone was on sector 2 of this tower right here, the truck stop tower.
Okay, and then the next what is the next activity on Mr. Autry's phone?
Can we go to the next page, please? The next activity was at 9:42. It's on sector 7 of the Birdsong Tower.
So would it be fair to say that there's there is a gap in activity between those two times?
There was nothing in the records in between those two times.
Then from sector 7 of Birdsong, his phone, Mr. Autry's phone travels to sector 9 of Birdsong. Is that right? At 10:35?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Autry's phone is back on truck stop cell tower sector 2 by 10:39 a.m.
That's correct.
Now I'd like you to jump to page 15 of your report. You see that okay?
Yes.
At the top, it's identifying cell phone number 731-733-0191, which is Zach Adams' phone, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movement of that phone between 9:10 to 10:37 a.m. Is that right?
Can you scroll up a little bit more, please, or zoom it out?
Yeah.
No, it's from 9:10 up until 10:49 a.m.
Because it's jumping sectors.
It's changing tower sectors, yes.
So in regards to Mr. Zach Adams' phone, at 9:10 a.m., that phone is on truck stop sector 2.
That's correct.
At 9:12, he receives, is a text message?
Yes, SMS, short message service, text message.
From 9:12, when does Mr. Zach Adams' phone next appear on a cell phone sector?
9:50. It's on the Birdsong Tower, sector 7.
So we have a gap in time between a gap in cell phone activity between 9:12 and 9:50 on Mr. Zach Adams' phone,
Yes.
and it leaves sector 2 of the truck stop tower at. Let me phrase the question. The last time it's on the truck stop tower is 9:12 a.m. and then there's a gap.
Yes, at 9:12, and then there's a gap. Next activity is at 9:50 a.m.
And that is on what tower and what sector?
Birdsong Tower, Sector 7.
Can I have this? Yeah. I apologize for jumping around to different documents. I'm trying to make this easier as to identifying these numbers.
Sorry, the witness is handing Zach Adams' cell phone activity in 13.
Mr. Frizzell, if you could look at this document and see if it lines up with the calls starting at 9:10 on page 15 of your report.
No, sir, it doesn't.
Is there something missing?
Yes, 9:50 a.m. phone call.
59. The 9:50 incoming text message?
That's correct.
Actually, I wanted to ask a question about that. There is a 7-digit number there that, is that identifiable to a telephone number?
No, what I think that is called a short message code. And I don't know what it is. It could be from
Your Honor, witness doesn't know what it is.
Let's clarify where you're getting this from. Here's the one.
Great job, Doug. Great job.
153.
I'm talking from 151 right now.
Okay. Are you going to enter the document that he's been handed?
Yes.
Objections, Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
To Mr. Adams' cell phone activity, we'll mark this exhibit 153.
So-
Now you're referring back to exhibit 151.
Yes.
Okay. And page 15?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
What is that 7-digit number?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a short message code.
Your Honor, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I'll move on.
Mr. Bates is objected and I'll sustain the objection.
So, although it's lacking, it's missing on this chart.
I don't know.
Could you write in that the next activity on Zach Adams' phone is 9:50
Where are you
AM.
writing in?
on the exhibit for yes,
Are you going to alter an exhibit that's already been entered?
yes, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So let's be real specific and tell me what you're doing.
I would like the witness to enter the 9:50 incoming call SMS.
I have the reports here.
Message on Mr. Adams' cell phone.
I'll explain it all.
AM 10:03. The witness is writing in a 9:50 SMS text message. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It was a push notification. That was the text message. It was a push notification, and he did not know that. That's what that digit number was. At 9:50 a.m., a text from 32665169. That would be a push notification letting you know that your nails are ready to be picked up and pressed on. This is absolutely wild. This is a rural area, and so like cell towers and stuff back then, it just was not like, the city. And yeah, they done paid me a lot of money, and I'm just here to tell the truth about the past. These reports.
If you had anything.
Do I need to initial this or?
Yes.
Yes, just initially.
Exhibit.
So you done with it? Mr.
He's done.
Boyle?
That-
Can you pass it?
Thank you.
This is a push notification from your drug dealer. You owe me a bunch of money. So bring me that gun, and I'll trade you the jugs for the money and the gun. Okay? Push notification.
At 10:03, Zach Adams receives a call.
That's correct.
Do you know who that number is?
Joe's video.
Okay, so it's an outgoing call. So so he makes a call at 10:03 to Joe's video.
Yes.
Okay.
During the crime, I called Joe's
What
video.
about at 10:10?
I needed to make sure I rewinded my movie. Joe's
That
video.
is an incoming call from a phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin.
What about at 10:12?
That is an outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Michael Hughley.
What about at 10:13?
That is an outgoing phone call to a phone number associated with Joe's video.
What about at 10:15?
Same outgoing voice call to Joe's video. There's a second call at 10:15. Also outgoing call to a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams.
At 10:16?
Let me look at that again.
I think his girlfriend worked at Joe's video. I could be so wrong though.
Two 10:15 calls.
There's two.
There's two. One to Joe's video, and then one to a number associated with Mr. Dick Adams.
Mr. Dick.
What about at 10:16?
Did you say 16?
16, yes.
You gonna go through this entire list?
Yeah, just to identify
And
the.
just give us a time, give me the description of the call and who the numbers associated with that thing.
Yes, sir. So at 10:16, looks like there's an outgoing phone call to a number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. At 10:18, incoming text message from, no, I don't know what it is. And then at 10:18, an outgoing text message to that unknown number. Again, at 10:18, an incoming text message from that unknown number.
Wait, what? Oh, no, no.
You're going off of exhibit 153.
153 is reflective of phone numbers we've identified to
That's Mr. Adams.
yes.
It's a push notification.
List is equal.
He's going off of, I think, his report. And text messages and phone calls that we can assign to individuals. The short form text messages, we don't know who they belong to.
Okay, I need to explain this. Okay, so I have this report right here in my lovely hand. Would you guys like to see it? Want me to break it up for a second and bring in, I'm going to basically do what they cannot for the viewers here. Okay, now. The first thing we're going to look at here, the number that he doesn't know, you guys, it's when you get a text message and you get a push notification and it's texting you, and that's what that number is. Okay, so here, take a look. I'm going to use Hector. Hector gonna come up in this bitch. Okay, Hector, what you got for me, Hector? Okay, so let's make it all clear. Don't fail me now, Hector. Okay. Zachary Adams is your defendant. Oh, God, hold on. I can't even do that. Okay. Is that right? Hold on one second. Okay, what they tried to show in this trial was where Zachary Adams' phone was and where Holly Bobo's phone was. And so I think it's important to note that Holly Bobo's phone from 5:04 a.m. to 8:11 a.m. 8:11. There was, and this is, I'll make it bigger. Okay. Is God bless America. Okay. Is from 5:04 a.m. to 8:11 a.m. on the day that Holly disappeared. There was activity on Holly Bobo's phone, which they're calling as the H Bobo device, on a variety of cells located in the Darden and Parsons area. Based on historic records, these are the cells that typically, cell towers that typically provide service at and around the Bobo residence. Now, at 8:17 a.m., y'all, this is the goods here. At 8:17 a.m., y'all, Clint, her brother, that's his first ever phone call to her at 8:17 a.m. The mother called 911 at 7:55. And I'm over here like, whoa, wait a second. Back the door up. Her mom had to call 911 twice because the first time that she called 911 from her landline phone at the school that she worked at, this is how this all played out. And so yesterday and the day before, we've been doing some real big deep dives here. This is how this all played out. The neighbor heard a scream at the Bobo house. He called his mother, who is friends with Holly Bobo's mother. She then called Holly Bobo's mother. And I said, wow, she has her work line like that? Like she just can call her up at work. She's out of school. So she calls Holly Bobo's mother and says, what she said. Now, this guy, James Barnes, goes over to the house, but doesn't go up all the way with his girlfriend and pulls into the driveway, not all the way, and backs out and, and leaves. But he testified at the trial. And I said, wow, okay. So when Holly Bobo's mom receives this call, she calls because she said she left her cell phone in her car. The mother, Karen, leaves her cell phone in her car. Okay, great. What does that have to do with that you couldn't call Holly Bobo's cell phone number? Okay, do you not know her cell phone number? And if you didn't, you'd run your happy ass out to your car, grab your phone, so that if the number was like saved in there, because you're like, oh, I don't know by heart because it's just in my cell phone. Well, I would think that you would go and get it. At the end of the day, Holly Bobo's mother calls the landline. Clint answers. Okay. And then this is where everything, in my opinion, goes, it doesn't make any sense. Because according to Clint, he's able to see what's going on outside, and that at first Holly was just walking away with the guy into the woods. Then it was, okay, is she being dragged into the woods? And the mother wants Clint to shoot the man. And then there was like, here, I'm going to call 911. So she calls 911, but guess what? When you call 911 in an area that's not where you're like, where you need them to go, they need to reroute you. Same thing in the Jennifer Drake case. So she calls 911, but she does all this before calling Holly's phone. And here, come to find out, now this is pure as day evidence, Clint never calls Holly Bobo's phone. Nobody from that family calls Holly Bobo's phone until 8:17, which would be her brother. And I'm like, what in the world? I said, no. Why isn't anybody calling her cell phone? Why it matters is because take a look. From 5 o'clock in the morning until 8:11, according to this expert for the defense, who did a report in 2017, he blows up their narrative. But the first thing is that Holly Bobo's phone was supposedly at that residence, or at least it's hitting the towers that normally provide service to that residence from 5 o'clock in the morning until 8:11. 8:11. Then at 8:17, because of that phone call, now according to Clint, when he called, it went straight to voicemail. Now, the Bobo device utilized the south sector of the, and this is the Natchez Trace South site, to get a voicemail notification because it went straight to voicemail. Now, what happens in these type of areas is when you go through areas with shitty ass cell service and you're in like a car, you guys know what it's like when you realize you're driving somewhere. The next thing you look down, you realize you have 4 voicemails. And I'm like, my phone didn't even ring. Well, it's because you weren't receiving that type of service where it just kicked it straight to voicemail because the person that was calling you couldn't get through. And so it's like your phone's offline and then they leave a message. So think about that. That's what I believe that this would be from. Okay. Now, let me go back. Okay. At 8:19 a.m., the device owned, so then this is what they're trying to show, is that at 8:19 a.m., the device owned by Zachary Adams uses the southeast sector of the Cox Road Tower. Okay. That's just the cell tower number. To receive a text message from Jason Altree. Okay. This is the sector that typically provides service to the Zach Adams residence. And right there, case should be over. Okay. Case should be over. What I mean by this is you have Holly Bobo's being abducted right by her house. And now if you want to go based on Clint is saying, okay, hey, Clint, you called her at 8:17. Okay. How long did you wait to call your sister's cell phone? Who the hell would wait to call theirs? Come on, man. This is 2011. Okay. That's when cell phones were like popping. Like everybody was just like, dude, I'm doing text messages We got smartphones. We're just like, everybody's grabbing their cell phones. Okay. Why would you wait? Why are you calling it 8:17? And how long after? Because here at 8:19, Zach Adams is at his house, right? And Holly Bobo's walking off into the woods with some peeps or a person, right? And how could it be Zach Adams? Like right here, in my opinion, the case should end. And this is what I would be focusing on. And then there's even way more stuff, but here I want to focus on the fact that, okay, at 7:45 in the morning, guys, 7:45 in the morning, that's when the neighbor alerts the mother at 7:45 in the morning. How was the first phone call to Holly Bobo at 8:17? And nobody wants to, like, I'm sorry, but it's not victim blaming. I'm not family blaming. I'm saying that you have to start from inside out. And why didn't the mom ever call Holly Bobo's phone? And literally, I was having a war with Surrey and Google and Grok yesterday. Because I was like, pull me testimony from this, and I want to know what this person said, and I want the timeline of this and this and this and this and this, right? And they're like, Karen Bobo did not call, that's her mom, did not call Holly Bobo's cell phone. The reason that this is how smart our phones are, and this is how smart this AI bullshit's getting. Because it's pulling transcripts and it's telling us the reason it's a complex timeline in the beginning because of the rerouting of a 911 call. And I'm like, no, that's bullshit. Let me tell you why that's bullshit. Because it has nothing. And then it was like, oh, Karen left her cell phone in her car. I said, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? You're using your landline at your school to make calls. First of all, you get a phone call from your neighbor on your work landline. So your neighbor knows your work landline. 2011. You work at a school. Then you heard a scream. Okay, I'm going to call Holly. But so what the mom did is she called the landline. But between 7:45 and 7:55, 2 911 calls were made. Because the mom got rerouted and it was all a bunch of fucking mess, I guess. At the end of the day, guess what time the police arrive on scene? 8:10. And I was like, wait a second. The police arrived on scene before Holly Bobo's brother calls her cell phone? 8:10 comes before 8:17. Newsflash. If the cops get on scene at 8:10, why the hell is Holly Bobo's first call from her family, Clint, at 8:17? So I'm over here of the opinion, right, is that based off of this report, I'm going to go like this. See those last the digits of those phone numbers? These are the last 4 digits of the numbers that are associated in this report. So these are the people's cell phone numbers or whatever numbers that they were landlines, like Natalie Bobo, Dana's the dad, Holly's Holly, Clint's the brother, Karen's the mom, Drew Scott, Bobo Holmes the landline, Terry Britt, Janet Britt. Janet Britt has 2 numbers. Terry Britt home phone, Brenda. So you can go through all of this. Okay, this is the numbers that came up and were part of this report. All these people. So I'm of the opinion that all of this took place way earlier. Way earlier. And why am I of the opinion of that? Because whoever did this knew the parents, not just Holly Bobo's routine, okay, but knew the parents' routine, knew when everybody left that house. The dad leaves for work, the mom leaves for work. Okay. Then Holly goes to school. Her brother's still there, right? So what they turned this case into is they turned this case into a cell phone. Basically, we're going to convict off of cell phones, but also how they made. I mean, let me show you this next one. Okay. The conclusion of the morning of April 13th, 2011. Holly Bobo's cell phone stops reporting to any network at 9:25. Before that, though, the phone wasn't turned off. So because it goes straight to voicemail, originally I thought at 8:17, the phone's already off. The first thing that you'd want to ever do if you're abducting somebody, I thought this was a ransom. Okay. I believe that this case was at first a ransom. Okay. Like that Holly Bobo was taken and it had something to do with like a ransom type thing. Okay. Or for whatever the family was involved in. All right. Because Holly Bobo's phone and her person, right? If she has her phone, she makes no attempts to use it, make any phone calls with it, nothing. And it was on because it started receiving actual like missed calls. It was pinging. Okay. And the last time that there's any at 9:25, the location of Holly Bobo's device on cell 12573 is 13 minutes after the closest in time activity on the Zach Adams device on cell 31522 at 9:12 a.m. And there is no direct correlation that can be drawn between these two records. It's so ridiculous. It's not even like, it's just like these phones are never together. No, I do not. Mary, what are you talking about? Do I think that Holly was possibly involved in her kidnapping for ransom? Absolutely not. No, I don't. I don't think that at all. Okay. No, not at all, Mary. God. Mary, you need to have some tea. Okay. Now, think about this activity here. Based on the above, it is my opinion that while the Holly Bobo device might have had a period without movement between 8:19 a.m. and 8:57 a.m., while located on or between the two sectors of the Natchez Trace site. However, in general, the device was most likely traveling throughout this time frame from 8:19 a.m. to 9:25 a.m. in an initially northerly and generally clockwise loop. During this same time frame, the Zach Adams device either remained fixed or had limited movement, only transitioning between the southwest and southeast sectors of the Cox Road Tower that serves the Zach Adams home location. The Holly Bobo device most likely transitions into the same cell as the Zach Adams device between 9:01 a.m. and 9:06 a.m. because of the loop that it's on. Lastly, the Holly Bobo device proceeds to complete the loop and travels back down towards the Parsons area for the final location and where it stops at 9:25 a.m. Okay. This is how crazy, this is what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that, first of all, Zach Adams didn't have a car. Zach Adams did not have a car. His granddaddy took it from him. Okay. And so how then did he get out to the Bobo residence? Number one. Number two is, okay, somehow he got out there with he borrowed a truck and his brother had a truck and they went out there and blah bullshit. Okay. For what? You know what they originally tried to say is that Clint was making meth with these brothers, and they were selling Clint meth and shit. What? Like they didn't have. There's nothing. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Who the hell is abducting somebody? Okay. Who the hell is abducting somebody and making all of these calls, texting all these people, okay, leaving the body in the back of the truck, in the bed of the truck, or what, tying Holly Bobo up and having her with you in the truck while you're driving around, because we're going to go do all of these things. We're going to go to do all of these things. And when we're going to go place and where the remains of Holly were found, like, when did that all happen? I'm going to go through drive-throughs, ATMs. I mean, are you kidding me? The prosecution knew all of this. This is why Cyree wanted to testify in the Brian Colbert case, because we're going to stop all this cast bullshit. This ends. This ends. They've been doing this for years with cast. And then not only did they need to put Zach Adams with Holly in the body and doing all that stuff, then they needed to figure out a way to put this Jason Altree guy, because he's going to become a co-defendant who's actually going to flip and say and give all this testimony about everything that they did that day. And then so they had to come in and figure out a way to take Jason Audrey's phone and ping all that stuff out together to put him with Zach, and that they did this together and blah, 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 blah. And Jason Altree, again, was full denial of all of this until the prosecutor feeds him all of the information on what to say, where you say you went, because it matches. We have the discovery. So I'm going to tell you everything. And then you're just going to add, basically talk about your day, and you're just going to add in that Zach was with you and that this is what he did, and you were, blah, blah, blah. And then the conviction of Zach Adams happens, and then boom, then all the recanting begins. And the big bombshell here is that the reason that these people lied to turn on Adams is because the prosecutor gave them a sick ass deal and provided them with all of the information to say it was, she's the boss, she's going to give us all the information, here you go. And that is just absolutely crazy. But right here at 8:19, it should end. Anybody that's worth a damn should be asking them a bunch of questions that, wait a second, why is Holly Bobo's phone, nobody called her until 8:17? 911 was called at 7:55, and Holly's mom, Karen, is telling her brother to shoot the person that's with Holly? That's what you're thinking? Like, what? Why would you ever be thinking? Let me tell you something. Danger would have to be near and round. I would never think that if I get a phone call and my neighbor's like, yeah, I heard something scream. I heard a big scream over there. Okay, so I call, Clint answers. Where's your sister? What do you mean? Where's my sister? I don't know. Why don't you call her cell phone? No, I'm just going to have you go run around, try to find her. Oh, I think I see her outside. I don't know what she's doing. She's like kneeling down, some guy. Then they're walking away. What? You need to, you get the gun and you need to shoot the person. What? Something's not right. This isn't right. This isn't right. Like, her mom knew right away that something wasn't right. Well, that tells me that something isn't right with what's going on, and that you would ever think that something wasn't right to go get a gun and shoot somebody. And that you don't call Holly's phone. You call 911. It redirects you the wrong way because you're not where you need them to send the 911 emergency because you're at the school, you need somebody over at your house. So that kind of takes an extra 5 or 10 minutes. But from the testimony that I have at the trial, if the police were out at that house at 8:10, how was Holly Bobo's phone being contacted for the first time at 8:17? As a parent, I'd be running out to my car, getting my cell phone, using my cell phone to call Holly's cell phone nonstop. I'd be calling my neighbor back, telling her to get the fuck over there. Okay, send her son, whoever. Who's this James Barnes guy? Okay. But also it kind of seems like, Clint to say that he sees somebody like walking through the woods. Is he sure that he saw Holly? I mean, how far of a distance is that? Because I believe everything happened a little earlier. But anyways, back to the show. So it's all about this timeline. This timeline makes no sense.
Okay, and then we had
I'm going to speed them up a little bit.
2 at 10:18, 1 outgoing and 1 incoming, both text messages from the unknown number. 10:19, the incoming call, phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin. Another one at 10:18, outgoing call to a phone number associated, I think that's Joe's video. At 10:20, outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin. 10:23, incoming text from an unknown number. When I say unknown number, I mean I don't know what it is. At 10:24, incoming phone call, voice call from the phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. 10:25, incoming text message. Number's not recognized on what it is. 10:29, outgoing text to a phone number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:30, outgoing text to a number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:31, incoming text from a number associated with Rebecca Earp. At 10:32, outgoing text, phone number associated with Rebecca Earp.
From there, does Mr. Zach Adams' phone move to another sector of the Birdsong Tower?
Yes, that's correct, sector 9.
And he has can you continue to identify those calls?
Okay, at 10:35, an outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. A second, 10:35, outgoing voice number to Mr. Dick Adams. 10:36, incoming text from a number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:36, an outgoing call, voice call, the phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. At 10:37, outgoing text with a phone number associated with Rebecca Earp.
From there, does Mr. Zach Adams' cell phone move to another cell phone tower?
Yes, at 10:38, it moves to sector 2, what we're calling the truck stop tower.
Can you finish out the list and identifying those numbers?
Starting at 10:38.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 10:38, it's an outgoing text, the phone number, Rebecca Earp. 10:39, outgoing text to Shane Austin's phone. At 10:40, incoming text from number don't recognize. At 10:40, outgoing text, it's an unrecognizable number. Again, at 10:40, same thing. Third time at 10:40, same thing. Excuse me. Let's do the 10:40s again. 10:40 a.m., incoming text. Don't know what that number is. 10:40, outgoing text. Don't know what the number is. 10:40, outgoing text. Don't know what the number is. 10:40, incoming text. Don't know what the number is. 10:42, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's number. 10:42, outgoing text, and unknown number. 10:43, outgoing text to Rebecca Earp's number. 1043, incoming text from Shane Austin's number.
And then Zach Adams' cell phone moves to the western sector.
1049, it moves to sector 3 of that truck stop tower. It's an incoming text from that unknown number.
Thank you. Thank you for going through that. I want to bring your attention back to your report. Can you tell us where exactly these cell phone towers are in relation? So the truck stop tower, where is that?
Basically at the intersection of 641 and I-40, is just a little bit north of that, across the road from the, I think it's called the 19 truck stop now. Back then, I think it was called North 40 truck stop. That's where that one's at.
And the Birdsong Tower, can you identify that for us on the map up here?
This is the Birdsong Tower. I forget the exit number 133, I'm thinking, on I-40. It's right there along I-40.
And I'm going to zoom in on this. So you have Sector 7, that's facing the river?
Yes, it's pointing, the direction's going out this way, east, northeast.
So
The witness is looking at, zoomed in, page 15 of exhibit 151, zoomed in on the tower, middle of the page, with sectors 9 and 7. Go ahead.
And the activity off of Zach Adams' cell phone that you read before down here, which is from 9:50 through 10:32. Can you show the court exactly where, or what area that activity was?
Somewhere in this sector 7.
So you've gone through the blueprint of Jason Autry's cell phone and Zach Adams' cell phone. Could you tell the court significance as to where those two phones are moving from the truck stop tower towards the Birdsong Tower that morning?
Well, I can't tell you where the phones were. All I can tell you is they used these towers where I noted these sectors. Anywhere in these sectors is where the phones could be. So if you hand over from sector 7 and then go to sector 2 on this, it indicates to me that the phone's moving. I just don't know where.
Is there, based on the data that you looked at, do you have an opinion about Zach Adams and Jason Autry being together based on the cell phone usage?
So they both made outbound phone calls. I believe it was at 10:35.
Can you identify, can you show us in the report where that is?
10:35, and out, this is Mr. Autry's phone number we're talking about here. At 10:35 a.m. an outgoing voice call to a phone number. I think we said that was associated with Mr. Dick Adams, I think. Yes, Mr. Dick Adams. As far as Mr. Autry's phone, I would need to look. It's on page 13 of my original report. Outgoing voice call at 10:35. He's on Mr. Adams' phone number ending in 2073. He's on sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower.
And the next activity on Jason Autry's phone is sector 2 of the truck stop tower, correct?
Well, at 10:36, he was still using, his phone was still using sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower then 3 minutes, 2:39, using the sector 2, the truck stop tower.
So at 10:36, Jason Autry's phone is showing activity off of sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower.
Yes,
And at 10:39, it then shows Jason Autry's phone having activity off of the truck stop tower in sector 2.
yes.
If you jump back to page 15, this is, and we look at on sector 9 of Birdsong at 10:37 for Zach Adams. I think it's the bottom right entry.
Yes.
The next, what is the next entry? Or sign of activity of the phone?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, what was the, from 10:37, Zach Adams' phone is showing activity off of sector 9 of Birdsong, correct?
That's correct.
When is the next sign of activity for Zach Adams' phone?
10:38 p.m., sector 2 of the truck stop tower.
So you just went, talked about Jason Autry's activity during that time, and now Zach Adams. Does that mean anything to you?
They're not calling each other. I know that. Their phones are not calling each other. They both made outbound calls at the same time, using the same sector, the same tower. It's possible that they were together.
Their phones are both at one time off of sector 9 of Birdsong, and then minutes later active off of sector 2 of truck stop. Is that right?
That's right.
Page 16. This is this the Parsons cell phone tower?
Yes, and in Parsons, Tennessee, yes.
My witness is looking at page 16 of exhibit 151.
And could you tell the court what activity is going on off of, is it sector 2 of the Parsons Tower? Is that south facing?
So associate the numbers.
Yes.
At 11:16, and this is for, we're talking about on page 16, phone number ending in 0191. Sector 2, the tower located in Parsons, Tennessee, which is south facing. Outgoing text message to phone number Rebecca Earp. 11:22, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's phone. 11:23, outgoing text to Rebecca Earp's phone. 11:34, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's phone. 11:43, outgoing voice call to Joe's video. 11:43, incoming voice call from Cindy Adams' phone number. 11:45, outgoing voice call to Joe's video. 11:48, incoming text from unknown number. 11:49, incoming text from unknown phone number. 12:10, outgoing text to unknown phone number. 12:10, outgoing text to unknown phone number.
And this was part of your original report that you testified to at trial, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this?
You may.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would like to go through this map and have you identify some significant locations as it relates to the cell phone tower and different events in this case. So I think the first is let's do the cell phone towers. Okay,
Yeah, these locations are already marked on here.
some, yes,
We're
some.
going to enter this board as an exhibit.
Yes.
Let's describe it in general, and then let's enter it. And then we'll make it. Objections to this, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Okay. We're going to enter this map of the general area between I-40 and Parsons.
I think it may already be.
It is already marked, Exhibit 102, a smaller version of this, and we had mentioned that we were going to bring in this larger block. So this is a larger version of Exhibit 102, which was moved into evidence through Special Agent Ferguson.
I think it was
He's going to mark on this, we'll need to mark this.
Yes, sir, I'm just for the court's record, and
Thank you.
yes.
Larger version of Exhibit 102, we will mark it as Exhibit 154. You may proceed.
Okay, and I'm going to hand you some sticky notes. I want to identify the cell phone towers first.
Okay.
So we have the truck stop tower.
It's going to be right along here.
And the birdsong tower.
It's going to be about right here.
Describe these type of stairs.
Yes, sir.
What
It's
I'm
a-
saying here,
A blue sticker, sir, for the truck stop tower that's north of I-40 at 641. I placed a red circle sticker at the Birdsong Road I-40 intersection for the Birdsong Tower.
And I'll mark them.
You okay with Mr. Leon marking these? Mr.
Sure,
Mayor?
Your Honor.
I hope they're more than sticky notes, so most stick to it.
We hope so.
Or a sticker or a sticky note.
Okay.
The Shiloh Tower.
Well, that's going to be a little difficult because it's right off the edge of this map. So
Could you put it as close as you think you can?
I'm going to put it right on the edge. And I put your writing upside down, I'm sorry. It's going to be just off the left edge of this board a little bit. I think that's going to stick.
There are several towers around the Bobo's residence that Holly Bobo's phone connected to the morning of April 13th, 2011. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so can we walk through that?
yes.
And that's reflected in the report. I can question that as to go through. Now, if you could chronologically go through the activity on each tower and tell me the tower I will.
Can we go to page 8, please?
This is Exhibit 151, page 8.
So it's starting at 7:30 a.m. This is phone number ending in 7352, known to be Holly's phone. She used a tower in Chesterfield, Tennessee. That's to the west of where she lives, along Highway 412. So she lived in the Darden community. The Chesterfield community is the little next one over, it's unincorporated. She used that tower, 7:30, 7:31, 7:40. Let me back up. So at 7:30 and 7:31, she used the Chesterfield tower. 7:33, it's transition that tower way down in Scottsdale, Tennessee, two times outgoing text messages at 7:33. Then at 7:40, back on the Chesterfield Tower. 7:42, used a tower in Decaturville, Tennessee. 7:53, used the tower we've already mentioned, it's in Parsons, Tennessee. 7:54, used the tower in Decaturville, Tennessee. 7:59, back to the tower in Parsons, Tennessee. 8:07, 8:09, 8:10, 8:11, Chesterfield, Tennessee. And then we see it moved to the Shiloh Tower up here at 8:17, and again at 8:26. And then it transitions to the Truck Stop Tower at 9:06.
And so how many towers do we have for this area?
6 that her phone utilized it more.
And this is a pretty large area. Is that fair to say?
It's half the county.
Is your expertise in your opinion that that is a small number of towers for such an area?
Well, so we're talking about a rural area. So they use large towers called macro towers. They're tall, and they're going to cover a large area. Unlike where I live in Nashville, urban area, there's going to be many more towers covering smaller areas, higher population.
On that board, we mark the Parsons Tower.
It's going to be somewhere right along in here.
Be a little more descriptive with the sticker and the location.
Sure. That, so the green sticker would be representative of the Parsons Tower.
Yes.
The Bobo's home, where would that be on this map?
There's a house, a blue house, depicted on here already. On Swan Johnson Road.
Shane Austin's house, where is that on this map?
It's up at the northern end of Decatur County along Yellow Springs Road. It's depicted as a gray house on this map.
And Zach Adams' home.
Zach Adams' home is in the northern end of Decatur County, just south of I-40, along 641. It's depicted on this map as a black house.
There are two phones indicated down here. Do you know what those are for?
So one's a red phone, looks like an old phone time receiver. That's where Holly's cell phone was located. The other was blue in color, and that's where her SIM card was located. It came out of her phone.
Are there other items of her from her person represented on the map?
There's a red pin with a bulb on it. Looks like a pin. It is labeled victim's property. And that's up along Yellow Springs Road.
What about the blue pin?
Oh, there's a blue pin along here. I think that's Gooch Road where it says victim's property.
Do you know what property was found there?
Lunchbox, I think.
this exhibit just.
You could put that down. I would like to have just put that into evidence.
I'm like, it's 154, correct?
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Johnny Walker as part of your?
Yes,
And he had certain opinions and had done certain work on this case.
yes, he did.
And had come and offered certain theories about what had happened. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you believe to be inaccurate and wrong about his conclusions?
He prepared a report and he wrote it, in my opinion, as factual rather than opinion. He labeled specific roads at specific times that Ollie's phone would have traveled and where it would have turned. And there's just no way that we can determine that at all based on the call detail records that we have. All we know is the tower was used, in which sector was used. His motive is good to try, because we were all trying to figure out what path would we go. But to label that it turned on a certain road at a certain time, we just can't say that.
Before you back to page 16 of your report,
Yes.
at 11:16 a.m., where was Zach Adams' cell phone showing activity?
At 11:16 a.m.,
Yes, sir.
his phone utilized the tower located in Parsons, Tennessee on sector 2, which is south facing.
One moment. We talked about this earlier. On Zach Adams' cell phone, there was activity, we're fair to say around like 4:58 a.m.
Yes,
From that time, 4:58 a.m. through 8:19, was there any activity on his phone?
no,
Those are my questions.
Let's back before you cross, we're okay, right? But I want to clarify something. So on exhibits 151 and 153. 53 appears to be the detail of Zachary Adams' cell phone activity, or it's labeled.
Mhm.
And we had the witness handwrite in one SMS text message at 9:50 a.m. from an unknown, either to or from an unknown number.
Yes, sir.
As the witness was detailing all this cell phone activity, there appears to be multiple communications with an unknown number, whether it's text or phone call. I'm not sure that that matters, but would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so 153 is the activity of Mr. Adams' phone to and from known number.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so really the addition of that 950 text, was there something specific that? you needed to
No,
point out?
I should better articulate that, but that's from known individuals that we were able to identify because
Well, again, that 950 text, was that a known person?
I don't think so.
All right, I'll let you ask the follow-up questions to any of that individual.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Maybe for we're going to go through this for about 10 minutes. I'm going to take a break. We need to discuss your testimony. Please take your time and sit down.
yes, sir, thank you.
All right. 10 minutes.
You get these back or do I leave them here?
You may need them.
All right, they had a short break. So now let me see what's going on here. Mm. Can you guys hear sound? What the heck? The wiretap is going to come up. What's going on here? Actually, the red light on the witness mic, so that may not be the light on. I have no idea, but we can't hear anything. Technical issues. Okay, thank you. I knew there was something going on. I was like, this is not my fault. Seriously, this is the only part I wanted to hear, too. Hold on. Fuck TV. One job. They got one job. Okay. All right. So that morning, while we're waiting, Holly Bobo wakes up at 4:30 a.m. to study for her test before she has to go to school, allegedly, supposedly. 5 a.m., her dad leaves for work. 7:10 a.m., her mom left. Her mom has a 25-minute drive, so she would have gotten to work at 7:35. And within 10 minutes of being there, she's getting a phone call. She called her boyfriend, or I'm sorry, she answered her boyfriend's call at 7:30 a.m. Holly Bobo. At 7:30 a.m., she answered her boyfriend's call.
No, I mean, it's data, it's what it is. Phone calls connected to a tower on a particular sector at a particular time.
Okay.
Okay.
Was it important to you for what was at trial exhibit 208 to present a complete and accurate description to the jury?
Yes.
Any reason why you would not fully describe to the jury the information the cell data reflects?
No.
Okay. If we can, remember the state's version is in color. Would it be possible for them to pull up their version?
151?
Yes,
The
sir.
report? Mr. Boyano, you're already doing this. Thank you. Page you're going to.
Okay, so this should be good, guys. Let's see how he tries
Go
to
to page 8.
blow up this cast. He's basically saying he was cherry picking. So Dougie here, defense attorney.
Okay. You agree that prior to 8 a.m. that Miss Bobo's cell phone was drawing from various towers that have historically been used for her home tower, for her, what is her home tower?
What do you mean her home tower?
The tower that her cell phone has coverage.
She uses multiple towers.
Okay.
Yes.
The point is,
There's 3.
prior to moving north, I believe at 817, there's no indication that her cell phone was moving.
No, I can't say that because generally uses those towers there, yes. So can I step down again?
Sure.
Your Honor? Yes. So yes, well, so we use this tower here in Chesterfield, the one in Parsons, the one in Decatur. For some reason, this one way down here in Scottsdale, that's not normal.
Okay. The
Right there.
I read Mr. Reeves' report that said from 5:04 to 11 a.m., there was activity on Holly Bobo's device on a variety of cells located in the Darden and Parsons area. Based on historic records, these are cells that typically provide service and around the Bobo residence.
I would agree with that, yes.
All right. So prior to 8:11 a.m., no indication of movement of Miss Bobo's cell phone.
That's right.
All right. The Shiloh Road Tower, can you point to it? And to be clear, it has 360 coverage.
Yes, it does.
And so I believe I refer to it as 10961, 10962.
That's right.
All right.
You know, on this one, that's depicting the 2 sector.
Correct. And if you're close to these 2 towers, you can draw off either one. Correct?
Be more specific.
If, if a cell phone is close to the intersection between different sections of a tower, they can draw off either one.
So you're, make sure I understand.
Yeah.
So if you're close along this line here, so it could be sector 1 or sector 2,
Correct.
maybe, yes, maybe.
And you may have a seat. If the witness can be passed Exhibit 154, the diagram.
Your Honor, may I approach?
If he's gonna bring an easel.
I'm going to put it on the board for us. Okay. Now, there's 2 types of reported information coming to conclude Holly's phone. First, there's cell phone activity.
That's right.
And there's cell phone activity on 817 and 826, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to give you 2 red stickers that are marked 817 and 826. Can you put on Exhibit 154 at 817 what tower information or where? Okay.
I love this that he's doing it this way.
Now, that tower off this mountain.
Show the exhibit.
And 826, same thing.
Eight 17 and 826 are the 2 Holly Bobo. 817 is when she got the voicemail, and 826 is when she got
And you know how many feet, yards, or meters
a voicemail.
that area is located, is projecting from this tower?
No.
So you can't say on the map where along this potential route this cell phone's taking to track it, and I'm going to turn them upside down. 817 and 826.
Well, we have a partial idea because of the ATT drive.
All right, we'll get to those pings.
Okay. No, it's not the ping. It's the drive they did.
The driver that John Walker participated in.
Yes.
Fair to say, the going belief was the 817 was south and the 826 was north.
No, both of them were south.
I'm saying direction of travel. 817 was further south than the 826. The 826 was north than the 817.
I can't say that because I don't know the sector coverage, how far south it goes. I don't know.
We know at 811 where the home is, that's south.
Yes,
Now, the next activity from the cell phone activity, not the ping, the cell phone activity is what time?
.906.
And what tower is that?
This truck stop tower on sector,
I've got you a sticker, sir.
sector 3.
Place it. Okay. Now, your page 8 of your exhibit at trial ended at 9:06, correct?
On page 8, yes.
Why did it end at 9:06?
No more phone activity on the tower.
Okay. The 9:06 is at the last phone activity that somebody's calling Miss Bobo's phone.
Let me look. I think that's correct. Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree with me that if you start at Swan Johnson Road at the bottom left of this map, exhibit 154,
That's Holly Bobo Street.
if it hits 817 and 826 along the Shiloh Tower, direction of travel is south to north.
Correct.
I can agree with that. Yes.
You agree on the ground there was no evidence found traveling northbound from the Swan Johnson Road to the Shiloh Road Tower.
I don't think there was. No.
Then you can agree with me, the direction of travel seemed eastbound to get to the 906.
Yes.
All right. Now, what's the difference between the ping and the cell phone activity?
Okay. So the cell phone activities when, use my phone again, just an example. I press send, it registers with the network. It's going to register with a tower and a sector where I'm receiving strong enough signal to communicate. That's the call detail record. A ping is when we're asking the network, can you reach out and find that phone and give us a location for it? And this one, and these pings are only tower based. I want to make clear they're not satellite based.
And page 9 of your today's exhibit 151, you have 3 pings reflected, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why did you put these pings on this document to show the jury?
Because it's part of the record. We're trying to find their phone.
It's important, isn't it?
It is important.
All right, I'm going to hand you the first yellow number 1 to put where the ping is.
Well,
901.
latitude, longitude they gave us for it. Or,
Yes, sir.
Or the tower.
You have a general area reflected on page 9, and you can look behind you to see.
That first was going to be, we'll use 1 to be the marker, and this is a guess.
Oh my God.
How long is it?
And that area could come all the way down to the interstate, correct?
Yes.
Why don't you put it by the interstate?
That's not where the ping's location was.
It says, but the location could be by the interstate, right? I'll give you a separate one.
Well, the location of what?
I'll give you 1A. And can you put within the area of the first ping close to the interstate? Within the coverage of the first ping.
Which is 9:01 a.m.
I can.
And it's consistent with the data, correct?
Let me see if I understand. You said put it for the location of.
Just by the interstate in the same circle as the first ping.
I do this one. So, let me right along here.
Second ping.
Oh my God.
Reflect where it is on your exhibit 9.
9:06 a.m. Second ping.
It's not exhibit 9, it's page
I-
9.
I apologize.
Exhibit
Holly Bobo's phone.
151.
AT&T pinged it.
And is where you've marked 2, is that close to the interstate?
Yes.
Now you have ping 3. And I'd like for you to put ping 3 where at first it's on page 9 of your exhibit today, 151. Now, if we look at what you've drawn, it appears the cell phone is traveling due east, correct?
Agreed.
All right. Now, with 3A, I'm going to give you 3A. Can you place 3A within the coverage tower as close to Highway, I believe 641 as you can?
Say that one more time for me, sorry.
Place ping 3 as close to 641 within the coverage area. All right, now you can have a seat, sir.
Yes,
Now, if you're a jury and you're looking at that, whether the travel goes east or south depends on whether there's a fourth ping, right?
it can help. Yes, sir.
What do you mean it can help?
Well, so there is a fourth thing
Why is it not on the exhibit?
because we covered that in a different exhibit.
Again, for the record, now, a different page of the exhibit. We're talking about one collective exhibit, correct? But multiple pages.
Where is it?
Okay, we're starting at page 9.
I'll let him ask his questions and let's clarify these different pages. We're all still.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Is for the fourth ping on page 10.
Is it on page 10?
Yes, sir. That's my question.
No,
Page 11,
no,
12,
no,
13,
no,
14,
no,
15,
no,
16,
no.
17.
Yes,
17 is the 925,
that's correct.
unrelated to the first 3 pings.
Wait, what? Oh my God.
So it's on a separate page by itself, yes, sir.
Who told you to put that there?
Nobody.
All right, I'll give you. Number 4, put the 4th ping where the 4th ping is.
Well, look at page 7. Yes, sir.
This is unbelievable.
And with a 4A, can you show the closest to 3A within the coverage area of 4? This 4th ping is.
Is that her house?
Now, Mr. Purcell, you can have a seat. Do you agree with me that these 4 pings taken together show the route of the pings in a clockwise direction, starting northwest, east, then south?
So I agree that it indicates that we know the phone went north, east, and then south.
Any idea why you put the 4th ping 19 minutes away on a completely different slide?
There is no reason.
Who told you to not have the 4 pings shown together?
I don't think anybody told me that.
You would agree the cell activity and the pings, you would agree with me, show from Swan Johnson Road, traveling north, east, south.
South.
Northeast and south, yes, sir.
Coming back.
Now, there was a period of time where there was no activity of movement that morning, correct?
Okay, let me just explain this for everybody that's watching. Holly Bobo's house, this was one of the things that I was looking up. I was looking up to see where Holly Bobo's mother worked on a map compared to Holly Bobo's residence, where her dad worked compared to it on the map to their home, because I was paying attention to the way this phone was traveling. So at 9:25, there is a locate on the Holly Bobo device that utilizes the northwest sector of the Parsons Tower, which is the 12573 number. And 12573, for the record, is the Holly Bobo residence. Okay. Prior to that, these are the locate pings. 8:57 a.m., 9:01 a.m., 9:10 a.m., and 9:25 a.m. At 8:57 a.m., that's the 10961. At 9:01, it's on the 31523 tower. And so, like he just said, it's like you're traveling from south to north and then east, and then coming back. In order to get to the 925 ping and where it's at, you'd have to come back and travel back south. So you're traveling north, then you're going east, and you're coming back south, and creating like a clockwise loop. And so the big thing here is where the pinging is at 9:25 of Holly Bobo's phone for me. At 9:25, the Holly Bobo device is back on her own cell tower where her house is. But guess where Zachary Adams's phone is at 9:50? Way the fuck away from that. And I just don't believe that you would be able to make it there in 25 minutes, it'd be impossible. And now this is the prime example of what I believe Cyree was going to show what you're doing with the cast. Okay. And pinging is it's just a tower. It's not a sector and a tower. And how does the device get back towards the house? Who would ever come back towards the house and be back on that same tower of the house? Again, the time frame that matters here is that 911 was called at 7:55. Okay. But Holly Bobo's phone was not called by a family member until what I have is 8:17. Okay. How are you calling 911 before you're ever calling her cell phone? Who would ever do that? And then even after you just get off the phone with 911, why are you waiting all the way until 8:17 to call her? The other part is that at 8:10, the cops arrived at the house. So it told me that, wow, you didn't call her cell phone until after the cops arrived at the house at 8:10. Again, Holly Bobo wakes up at 4:30 in the morning to study for a test. Her dad leaves for work at 5:10. Her mom leaves at 7:10. Holly Bobo takes a phone call, or her cell phone rather, receives an incoming call, and it's answered from her boyfriend at 7:30. Then at 7:42, 3 minutes before the scream was heard, Holly Bobo makes an outgoing call at 7:42. How long did it last? Not sure at this point. Then at 7:45, the neighbor hears the scream. The neighbors, then the mom calls Karen Bobo. And I thought it was just interesting that she's calling her work. She answers it. And then Karen calls the landline at the house looking for Holly, but talks to Clint and immediately is telling Clint to shoot the man that he saw. And then she calls 911. It's a big old mess because she had to be rerouted. At the end of the day, though, 911 cops were there within 10 minutes because they were there at 8:10. Okay, 8:10. And so then at 8:17, Holly Bobo's device is on the cell tower that's 10962. And that's getting the voicemail from the 817 call. And that's over by, they're saying that that's on the tower that Autry's house could be on. At 8:19, the device owned by Jason Autry uses the north sector of Cox Road, and that's cell tower 315219 or 21. And they're like, okay, well, that's not accurate. To send a text message to Zachary Adams. 8:26, the Holly Bobo device had an unanswered voicemail call attempt while utilizing the south sector of that same. So she's still over there and so it's not on the cell tower that Jason Autry's on. It's clear as day that these phones and nobody's together. Clear as day. But most importantly, the phone for Holly Bobo comes back to the same cell tower that she originated on where her house is. And these guys are way east, like past their normal cell towers.
There's a period of time when there's no activity on the network.
Where is that?
So the last one for that morning was 8:26 for the Shiloh Tower in that sector 2 that we were pointing at earlier. and then there's no activity, no outbound or inbound communication to her phone until 9:06.
And with this peak post-it note, sir, can you place it on the map where that is?
Where no activity?
The no activity.
Well, I can place this up there, but we just don't know where that happened.
Okay. Is it between the 826 ping? Is it, do you have any data to suggest it's south of the interstate?
We don't have any of that.
All right. Why don't you place in this blue sticker where the body was found?
It's right here. It's already indicated on here, sir,
Okay.
with a little outline, but I'll put it right up above.
And is that the same, is that in the same area where no activity was for 30 minutes?
Well, let me phrase it this way. So we know, can we go back to, was it page 8?
Sir, before you explain, can you say yes or no, whether it's in the same area?
You can answer the question with an answer. It doesn't have to be Mr. Bates' answer.
Okay.
Go to page 8, please.
Oops, showed you the wrong page. Page 9, sorry. So at 8:26, we know that Shiloh Tower Sector 2 was used. Then from 8:26 to 9:06, we know there was no activity. At 8:57, we know when there's a ping here. And then at 9:02, we know there's this ping off the truck stop tower. This first ping, probably Sector 1 of the Shiloh Tower. So no activity. I can't tell you where it was. I just, all I can tell you, sir, is from 8:26 to 9:06, there was no network activity except for these two pings right here.
And where you were pointing was where the body was found.
In this overlap section, yes.
Now, you may have a seat, sir. From Swan Johnson Road up to where the body was found, there was no physical evidence thrown out or found whatsoever.
I'm not aware of anybody finding any evidence up that way except for Gooch Road.
Evidence between pings 3 and 4, there was evidence, sorry, between 2, 3, and 4, there was evidence found, correct?
Yes,
And at the last ping, there was multiple parts of evidence thrown out, correct?
the last one, number 4.
Yes, in that area.
Well, I know her phone was found down there and then her SIM card sometime later.
And her lunchbox.
The lunchbox was not inside ping 4.
What was?
Her house and the phone, her phone,
What evidence was by Gooch Road, if you know?
the lunchbox.
Okay. You would then surmise, well, I'll tell you what. You're looking at what we've just created together. Do you remember looking at John Walker's map?
Yes.
Do you recognize we've recreated it today together? With one exception, he had 817 south of 826.
Can we look at it? Can we look at it?
The witness can be passed exhibit 4, please. See if you can project it. 5. I apologize.
So ask me your question again, please, sir.
You agree John Walker's map shows a general clockwise direction of travel beginning on Swan Johnson Road.
Yes, this map does, yes.
Identifies the area we've identified of no activity and where remains were found.
Her remains were found in that area, yes.
Continues a direction of travel with the cell phone east, then south.
Yes.
Now, have you traveled between cell towers in this area to see them?
Yes, I have.
How far do you think it took you to get from the Birdsong Tower to the truck stop tower?
Going down I-40,
Yeah.
6 minutes.
If you can refer, the witness can be passed Exhibit 153. Now, this is,
Excuse me, Mr. Bates, would be any other, you might use it.
I might use it.
Well, let's move it. Sure. It's strategically blocking, witnessing. I apologize here. Let's move it over, maybe right in front of the podium. Oh, what are we doing? Right behind the podium.
This is gonna be good.
You would agree this is a summary, Exhibit 153 of Zach Adams' activity that morning.
Yes.
All right. Now, at 8:19, Zach's cell phone receives his first activity from, I believe the last one was 4 a.m. in that ballpark, correct?
4:58, I think.
And let's at 4:58, what was the activity like prior to that?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember whether there was multiple communications with Rebecca Earp between midnight and 4 a.m.?
I don't.
Do you remember testifying at trial about this?
No, I don't.
You see how prepared you have to be? You're gonna have to hand him now a transcript to recollect his memory. Unbelievable. You guys, Zach Adams was arrested before they found her remains. You understand that? He was arrested for the murder and rape of Holly Bobo 6 months before she was
You
found.
remember being asked, page 1719, question 819. So this is the first time that morning that this phone is utilized. Answer, after the time you just established, there was some around midnight, hour later, some around almost to 5 a.m.
Okay.
I believe if I remember right, 4:54 and 4:58.
Yes.
And you remember who it was with?
No, I can look.
If you have it in front of you, please.
So at 4:54, there was an outgoing SM or text message to, I don't know whose number that is. And then at 4:58, there's an outgoing call to 731-614, Brandon Williams phone.
You remember are the midnight and earlier ones on your records?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay. The first record you have, well, let me ask this, the 4 o'clock records, what sector was it on?
Just a look. Sector 2, what we're calling the truck stop tower today.
And I call it 31522.
Yes, that's right.
All right. From 4 till 8:19, there's an incoming text message. And Zach is on what tower?
Same, 31522.
His home tower.
Yes,
And we know
Right there.
Holly's phone during that time, between 8:17 and 8:26, is at the Shiloh Tower.
it's using the Shiloh tower. We know that her phone used that tower. What were the times? 8:17 and 8:26.
And we know from the
That's exactly what I was just telling you guys. I said you'd have to just look at the first 3 lines. 8:19, where Holly Bobo's phone is, 8:17, 8:19, and then look at where Zach Adams is. The reason he asked the question is, how long does it take you to travel from, basically the residence where Holly Bobo lived, taking 40 and driving out to get to this, basically where this ping is. He's over here talking about 6 minutes. You want to know why he had to say 6 minutes? It's funny that he said, about 6 minutes. Well, what's 8:11 plus 6? 8:17. These people are sick. How do you remember, like, oh, that took you 6 minutes, but you don't remember anything else? But get the fuck out of here, man. This is disgusting.
pings, which we've labeled 1 and 2, Holly's phone is west of Highway 641.
That's right.
Zach's phone is on his home tower,
That's right.
east of 641.
That's right.
Just like it was at midnight, 4 a.m., 8:19, 8:35, 8:37, 8:38. Correct?
Correct.
And I believe
So if he went over to Holly's to go abduct her, his phone, where's his phone at? Oh, he just didn't take it with him? No, because then how does he get back to it to use it at 8:19, 8:25? This is unbelievable. No prosecutor is going for the truth when they're letting somebody, I don't care if it's the FBI, I don't care if it's an expert in TBI, I don't give a shit. Okay? You have to be ignorant, not dumb, because it's right in front of you, that man's phone never traveled to go get Holly Bobo. And you couldn't even say that he left his phone at home, because then Holly Bobo, when they would have been traveling, would have went to his house to get his phone, right? And then would have had to leave to go over to that sector. And none of that happened. So he's just not with his phone. But yet everybody and their mother is what? Saying that he's using it. He's calling people. He's talking to people. Like, you can't have it both ways. But even when you do have it both ways, it still blows up. This is, I mean, out the gate, this is what, like, convicted him. When you want to talk about the evidence that they presented. because there is no evidence. There's no murder weapon. There's no. Holly Bobo's remains were found 3.5 years later. He was arrested 6 months before her remains were even found. He was arrested. How can you charge him? Because they got these people to talk about that. Oh yeah, he confessed to me about this, or he said this and he said that. Unbelievable. All these not credible people saying this. I mean,
The Sector 3 and Sector 2 of this home tower would use both at times.
I think it's possible they could do that. The networks are designed to try to prevent that flip-flopping going back and forth.
The only answer you have is Zach wasn't with his cell phone. He can't be in two places at once, can he?
What do you mean?
Can't be on the home tower and on Shiloh Tower.
No, we know his phone didn't use the Shiloh Tower during this 8/19 to 8/38 timeframe. He used the 31522.
so he's not with his phone. If he's with Holly.
Did you travel to the Birdsong Tower and see how close these sectors 39077, 39079, and 39078?
Good question.
I've been to that tower, yes, sir.
Okay?
These are like the drive tests that you're supposed to do. I mean, you've been there.
We can go to page 13 of exhibit 151.
These people all suck. That's how it was going to play out in the Brian Colbert case, by the way. Zachary was going to show that they all knew when they wrote up the PCA that Brian's car couldn't have been the car that they're talking about seeing at 253 driving up out of there. They knew that the 253 car wasn't with any device that he owned because he's all the way over there, and they knew it. They just didn't plot it. They made it seem like that he shut his phone off before getting to the point to plot the rest of the movements. Okay. And if Brian's device is way over there, he can't be that white car. Okay. So who is actually in that white car that they're labeling as suspect vehicle 1? And why you wouldn't want to go to trial with that and the plethora of other shit, I don't know. I'm not him. But when you want to talk about the railroading with Cast, this is the version of it how it was done in 2011. Now the version of how it would have been done in 2025 is if there would have been that trial in the Brian Colbert case, because all of those people from Cast, the FBI, they knew. And so the question is did they know what Moscow wrote on the probable cause? Yep, because they were all in on it, because they all worked together on it, right?
And if I'm correct, using your call log from 153, same data we've looked at with Mr. Reeves, between 10 on page 2 of page 153, Mr. Adams is,
I'm sorry, page 2 of 153.
I apologize, page 2 of 153.
Yeah, oh, exhibit 153.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
And you would agree that in the top third, 1032, Zach is on sector 7, and then 3 minutes later, he's on sector 9.
What page are we on? I'm a little confused.
Page 2.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you can just turn behind you for
Yes,
reference. It's page 13.
Okay. May I stand?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I noticed when you were explaining the 3-minute difference, you did a loop like a U. Any reason why you did that to show his direction of travel?
No,
Because what's the quickest way to get from tower 39077 and 39079?
straight path up and back over up to the exit on I-40.
And if you're traveling from the Birdsong Tower to the truck stop tower, where Zach's home is just a little bit south of,
Yes,
the most direct route is the interstate.
yes.
And how many minutes does it take? Do you know?
Well, we're talking about exit 133, exit 126. We're talking 7 miles, 70, 75 miles an hour. So does that come up to 6 minutes?
So from 1032, he's on sector 7. Can you point to sector 7, sir?
You mean 942?
No, sir, 1032. Birdsong Tower, sector 7.
Right here.
Now, per your diagram, per the state's exhibit 153, he's at Truck Stop Tower, sector 2, which is his home tower, correct?
Truck stop sector 2, yes.
And what time is he on Truck Stop Tower, sector 2?
So 8:19, 8:30, 8:35.
Sir, after 1032,
After 10:32,
page 2.
10:38,
And if you take 1038, subtract 1032, how many minutes do you get?
6 minutes.
You may have a seat. Can you look at the same phone calls that Mr. Adams is making between 10:03 and 10:35? Do you see these?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody you had meetings about this with the state, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody say this? I have a question. If a heinous crime is taking place during this time frame, why is Zach calling granddaddy? Why is he calling his girlfriend? Did anybody say that?
I don't remember.
Nothing further for this.
That's exactly what I said. Absolutely ridiculous.
Mr. Zell, do we know when Holly Bobo was killed?
No,
Do we know when she was separated from her phone?
no,
Do we know when her body was dumped?
no.
With Johnny Walker's map, did you have a problem with the map or his opinion?
I have a problem with the map, sir.
Do you understand what he just asked him right there? Do we know any of this stuff? No. No. Then how did you convict a man? How did you convict anybody? I cannot believe that he just asked those questions. That's how desperate they are to try to save their case. But what they just really just did right there is it should have never been convicted in the first place. If those questions right there. Did you ask those questions during the trial? No, you tried to shape it that you did know. Unbelievable.
Tell me what's wrong with the map.
So using the ATT drive data, not every road was driven out there. So in my training, you have to drive every single road to get a full and complete picture of where all the cell towers coverage is. Second problem I have with this map is he mentions in his report that it travels up Prospect Road. So TJ Evans Road comes up the top of the hill, Prospect Missionary Church is there, continues north on Prospect Road until it hits County Corner Road. Well, if you look at the drive that ATT did, they didn't drive from Prospect Church up Prospect Road all the way up to County Corner Road. So we don't know. We don't know what the covers look like along that road. Second thing is, there's a lot of roads that just weren't driven. And the third thing is, again, this is something we were all wanting to try to do, to try to figure things out, to look for evidence. And it's just, as investigators, that's what we're trying to do. So I don't fault him for that. But there's no empirical data to go with this. So if there's signal strength or anything like that that was collected during that drive, I've never seen it. And so we just don't know what it looks like. So it's an incomplete picture.
This is being shown in exhibit 154.
Mr. Gazelle, Mr. Bates asked you to place markers regarding the pings. Can anyone give an opinion as to where the phone was within that area?
No, sir. As I've said many times before, and I believe I said it in trial, and I'll say it here again today, we don't know where Holly's phone was. I can't pinpoint anybody's phone, not Mr. Adams, not Mr. Autry, not Mr. Austin's. I can't tell you where they were. All I can tell you is you use the tower, you use a sector, and this is the direction this sector covers.
Those are questions, sir.
Bruce Bates, let's bring that, that's actually an exhibit. Let's bring it out, we'll bring it back to court order.
Ms.
Zero evidence committed this man.
You said you could not pinpoint Mr. Adams' location. And so when he's on the southbound tower of Parsons at 11:16 a.m., it's a big area, right?
Yes.
You don't know if he's driving around or what he's doing.
No, sir, I don't.
It's not like surveillance video. It's time stamped, is it?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir, and I'm dismissed. Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right, or we can move on.
This one.
The state would request we move on.
All right, Mr. Bates. All right.
State Prosecutor Mitchell Hayes.
Real quick, I have, this is not marked, was this an exhibit?
That might be a copy of one of these. It's exhibit 154.
Yeah.
That's 154. It's just a copy.
I don't have a copy, so I need it.
All right. Let's also
Yeah.
make sure that that is a complete copy.
Yes.
When you're gonna do that,
We're gonna go color copy, complete color copy for the court. Yes, sir.
you complete color copy.
And what number is that, just so we all have our, thank you.
That witness was again?
Mitchell Hayes.
Hayes, you'll stand right here and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the judge your name and spell your first and last names for the court reporter?
Mitchell Hayes, Mitchell, Hayes, Hayes.
Where do you live, Mr. Hayes?
Lexington, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I weld for several different utility departments. I'm an independent welder.
How long have you been in that line of work?
Oh, forever. That's what my daddy was doing. I graduated high school doing it. So,
All right, so your father did it, now you're doing it?
yes.
Do you travel around doing it?
Yes.
What area?
I work from Madisonville, which is foot of the Smoky Mountains, down to Memphis, Mississippi, and Alabama, little in Kentucky.
I'll take you back to April 13th, 2011.
Yes.
You remember that day?
Yes.
Was it a Wednesday?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
3.
What are their ages now?
The boy's 29, the twins are 26.
Back in 2011, did they attend school?
Yes.
And at the time, were you living with their mother?
No,
What was the situation?
we were divorced. I lived, the kids stayed with me mostly because I lived next door to my mom and dad, and it was real easy if we needed a babysitter for them to walk over across the yard.
Hang out with grandma and grandpa?
Yeah.
How long had that been the arrangement with your ex-wife and your children and living and you having primary custody?
Somewhere best my recollection, 12 to 18 months at the time I'd been divorced.
Did you have a routine on Wednesdays?
Well, if I was off, I'd take the kids to school and I'd either go fishing or hunting, whichever was open.
All right. Where did you like to fish?
When I crappie fished, I went to the tie yard a whole lot down around the interstate.
All right. And for those of us that may not know what the tie yards are by the interstate, what are you talking about?
It's the body of water when you start over the interstate going east to be the body of water to your right before you get to the Tennessee River. It just actually hit just a little strip of land between the river and that body of water.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing the map. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that show?
It shows the tie yard and the road coming down beside the interstate, which accesses the body of water.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like that marker.
Objection, Mr. Bates.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Next number to give it.
155.
Yes, ma'am. Projected on that screen is that similar over your left shoulder? Yes, sir, sorry. Is that similar to what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that shows the tie yard.
Yes.
Do you remember the weather that day?
It was fair. It was rather odd that when I showed up, there's nobody on the water other than me, but because it's usually prime crappie season, but it was one of those days I've had that type in my time or two, but it was just odd that day that there was nobody else on the water. But it was pretty nice weather.
Do you remember about what time you got down there?
Between 8 and 8:30 would be my recollection because I did drop the kids off at school that morning.
All right. I think there is a pointer near the witness. If you could, for the benefit of the judge, you could step down for me, Mr. Hayes. And when you got down to the river, as you said, where did you go first?
I come down this road here, made this turn, come into the boat ramp, which is this area here.
Was that your normal practice?
Yes.
What kind of boat did you have?
I had a 1448 aluminum craft, I think is what it was at the time, with a 25 horse Johnson 2-stroke motor on.
Oh my goodness. All right. For those of us that don't know what all those words mean, is that a big boat, medium-sized boat, small boat?
It's a medium-sized boat.
Okay. Is it primarily for fishing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a quiet boat, a loud boat?
The 2-stroke motor it's not real quiet. It'd be rather noisy to have a 2-stroke motor.
Okay. And you're saying a two-stroke motor?
Yes,
What
that
does that
means
mean?
you have to mix the gas and oil together for it to run, sort of like a chainsaw.
Okay, is that what contributes to the higher level of noise?
Yes.
What car were you in, or truck?
I was, see, at the time, I think I had a 08 Dodge 3/4 ton. I think that's what I had at the time.
And did you pull your boat behind your truck?
Yes.
Was it flooded down there? Did you have trouble getting down there?
No, it was not flooded.
Was there lots of vegetation around that kept you from being able to perhaps see other cars or other people?
Yes, when you're going up this area here, you'd have, there's vegetation that grows up all through here. You got vegetation on these two strips of land right here that would make it impossible to see the road from here on this side, which that's the side you'd be going up to fish.
And again, because I wasn't paying attention, and I'm sorry, where on that map are the tie yards?
This area here is considered, the whole thing is considered a tie yard.
All right, and is that descriptor, tie yards, is that commonly used in this area?
Yes.
You said tie yards at a local restaurant, would they know what you're talking
If they
about?
fish, they know exactly where to go.
Okay, all right. So you put in where,
This end here is the ramp.
and then where did you go?
I usually kick my trolling motor on and would start fishing up this area. And somewhere between this area and this area, I usually kick the big motor on to run on up to start fishing this end and this little cut across here.
Okay, there's some words below where you just pointed to. Do they say pond gut?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the main body of this water here.
Okay, so just a little, and I'm sorry, were you floating which direction, north, south, east, or
I'd
west?
be going north.
Okay, so north of the words pond gut on that map is a little cut in that you just,
Yes, right here.
and that's where you were trying to get to?
Yes, that over in here was always a good spot. Up through here, in this area right in here, had lots of bushes in the water. It was always a good spot to fish.
Okay, and did you get there?
Yes, eventually.
All right, how long did it take you to get from where you put in, unhitched your boat? What all did you have with you? Did it take you a minute to unpack your?
No,
car,
I just
truck?
had everything in the boat and had a crappie rod and one short rod and reel. All I had. Now I kept it in the boat.
All right, pretty
Yep.
lean and efficient. All right, how long did it take you to get to that little inlet where you put in?
Most of the time, if you was fishing it pretty slow, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 minutes, according to where you cranked up the big motor at.
Okay, and were you fishing it slow that morning or
Yes,
fast or
I
medium?
always fish this area up through here until I got in here, usually cranked up because there's nothing here and it's pretty shallow where this is washed out across here. And I usually crank up somewhere right here and start easing up to this point.
Okay. At this point, on this morning, April 13th, 2011, did you see anybody else out there?
No, I did not.
Okay. How long did you stay in that little cut-in and fish?
That I couldn't say it's been so long. I mean, it could have been
Okay.
30 minutes, it could have been an hour and a half, just according to how it was going.
Sure. Did you eventually leave that area?
Yes.
Is there a reason?
I just fished on around until I got ready to sort of go. I'd usually head back out somewhere 12 or 12:30 to head back to get some lunch, to work, be home and get the kids when they got out of school.
Okay. Is that what you did that day? Did you
Yes.
just fish for a little bit and then you left at noon?
Somewhere, 12, 1 o'clock, I'd head back because it'd take me a little bit to get back to the house.
Okay. But on this particular day, did something different happen?
Yes.
What was that?
I heard a gunshot somewhere or another when I was going up in this area here. Then I cranked up and run on up because I didn't really think nothing about it at the time.
Was it usual to hear gunshots in that area when you were fishing?
No, that is a federal game reserve and hunting was prohibited there.
Okay. Is it fair to say that that stuck out in your head?
Yes, it was just something that stuck as odd for a long time to hear.
But you didn't stop fishing?
No, because I mean, it was over there and I was over here.
All right. All right. Did you hear anything else after that?
No, not that I can recall.
All right. Did you go back down the way you went up? Body
Yes,
of water?
yes, eventually when I left to come back, I had to bring the boat back this way to get to the ramp to load up.
All right. You can have a seat. Do you know about what time it was when you got in your truck? Do you even remember today?
I'm thinking it was 1 1:15 and headed out.
Okay. You heard the gun. Did you go back? Did you have a phone with you? Cell
Uh,
phone?
I probably had one, I don't know if it'd been on me or the truck, because cell phone service down there at the time, you couldn't call out.
Okay. So it really wouldn't have served much of a purpose?
No, you had to get on up on the hill toward the main road before you could actually use a phone.
Okay. Did you call the police when you got back in your truck and say, I heard a gun down the river?
No,
Okay. Did you turn the radio on?
yes.
What did you hear?
Well, during the breaks, I was hearing an Amber Alert go out for Decatur County for Holly Bobo.
Did it occur to you that morning on April 13th, 2011, I just heard a gun at the Tennessee River, wonder if that has anything to do with Miss Bobo?
Not really, it'd been so far from Parsons.
Sure. Was anybody in the Amber Alerts or any news media reporting, we think Miss Bobo might have been taken down to the Tennessee River?
No, nothing that I'd heard.
I'm gonna ask you, you still holding that
Yes.
map? I'm gonna ask you my approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm gonna ask you some stickers. And if you could mark on there, is there a pen up here? Nope.
No.
All right, I'm gonna give these to you. You can pick whatever color you want. I'm gonna hand you a pen. If you could mark TY for where the tie yards are, where you got into the water.
Okay.
And then stick it on that map, wherever that was. And then whatever color you want to use, if you could mark on that map GS for where you were when you heard the gunshot.
It would be approximately somewhere up this first line of trees before I got to the gap would be my best recollection, because that's when I'd have cranked up my big motor to get on around where I was going.
Yes, sir.
And it was before I got to use the big motor.
And I apologize, Judge, I should have had him do that before I moved that into evidence. I got. Do you want me to substitute another?
That's all right.
Okay.
I was gonna have to do it as well. So
Okay.
is that all you got?
Yes, sir, I just, all right. You got back in the truck,
Yes.
you hear the Amber Alert,
Yes.
didn't think anything about it.
Not really. Matter of fact, I made a phone call and I don't remember who to find out what was going on, because I'd done lots of work down at Decatur County and Parsons over the years. And I was just trying to find out. I don't even know who I called, but I made a phone call and they told me what had happened, and I still didn't know who it was. And I went on home.
Is it fair to say that the abduction and disappearance of Holly Bobo, well, let me ask you this. Did the abduction and disappearance of Holly Bobo occupy the media for the next couple of days and weeks and months?
Oh, yeah.
Did it occupy the minds and the activities of the people that lived in this area for the next couple of days and weeks and months?
Oh, yes.
When did you first tell anyone, hey, wait a minute, I heard a gunshot on April 13th, 2011 at the Tennessee River?
Well, I'm going to back up. That was the year that me and my wife got married. And we'd always sit and talk. So that happened in April, and we got to dating. I said we got married. We started dating that year in September, and we'd always sit and talk about where we was at when this come about. And so
I'm sorry, when what came about?
when the abduction of Holly come about.
You two would sit around and talk about
Yes.
where you were?
Yes,
Okay.
and I'd always told her I was at the tie yard, and she said for some odd reason I was at work that day, because that's usually the day she was off work. And we'd sit and talk about it, and still the gunshot had still never come into play till I was listening to the news one night and heard them telling that that's where this took place and that they'd shot. And then that's when I realized the shot that I heard had something to do with this.
Do you remember what year that was? Did you put it together?
When they was having the trial. So that would be what, 16, 17. I don't forgot when the trial.
Was in 2017, would that sound about
That
right?
would, yeah, 16 or 17. I couldn't remember when the trial was, but yeah. And then shortly after that is when I run into Agent Brent Booth and was telling him where I was at and what happened,
Okay,
and then what I'd heard.
okay. And how did you know, or did you know Agent Brent Booth?
Oh, yes, I did, from being there at home.
Okay. Are y'all from the same town?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you known him?
As far as I can remember, his daddy used to own a restaurant there, and my sister, he was a couple years ahead of my sister, which is older than me, in school. I mean, I've just sort of known him my whole life, so I just seen him at a restaurant. We was talking, and I told him where I was at and what I'd heard.
Do you remember what year that was? When you told him?
It would have been right after the trial, so it'd been in 2017.
Or even later, perhaps?
Yeah, it could have been a little later.
I'll pass the witness room.
Cross-examination, Mr. Davis.
Yes. Thank you.
Light him up, Dougie.
In 2011, who were your kids' teachers?
One of them would have been in high school. The others were, well, you're asking me a question there that I'm not going to really refer to, because I might tell a story. Since my mama worked over at the school, and they had just had retired, so they was different bunch of teachers over there. At the time, they had like 3 different teachers in the grade.
Okay. What grade were they twins in?
Sure, 2011. You're gonna make me back up here.
You don't know without doing the math?
They're probably in either the 5th or 6th grade.
You don't know.
Oh no,
What school was it?
Beaver School,
All right. Where's Beaver School?
north end of Henderson County at Parker's Crossroads.
All right. And what time did you drop off in the morning?
About 7:45.
All right. And would you have your truck with your boat hitched?
Well, yeah, because I didn't live 3 minutes from school.
Okay. And from the school to the boat ramp, how far is it?
The fuck out of here.
Sir, wait, 18, about 20 miles.
20 miles. And did you always drop off at 7:45?
Between 7:30 and 7:45.
All right. So you're fishing that morning and nobody else is out.
Nope.
It's not uncommon during the middle of the week for the traffic to be less.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell anybody you were fishing that day?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You then heard a gunshot.
Yes.
Was it loud?
Yes.
Was it echoing?
Somewhat down the water, it did.
I'm going to play you a. If I can have some technical assistance. I'm going to have some technical assistance
What are we asking you to do?
to port. I may have the remote.
The biggest case ever in that area.
Handles this. Let me ask you some questions. This was during turkey season,
Yes.
and not the entire area on this map is the federal refuge, correct?
You're asking a question I don't know about who owns what.
Well, it's your map. Who created it?
I just know all the water in the area around that is Federal Reserve. I don't have nothing that shows anything, no maps on there.
Who created the map? You authenticated it. Who created it?
No, I just said that the reserve was with the water. I don't know who owns what.
Who made the map?
Who created the map, sir?
I guess the federal government did because there's a federal game reserve down there.
Who printed the map to bring today?
They printed the map.
Okay, so you
No.
didn't create this map.
No.
You don't know if it's accurate or not.
Well, it looks like the one I've always looked at
What map is that?
on my phone.
Okay, on your phone. And you don't know how close the refuge is and what other properties there are on this map.
Well, I just know that there's a gate on this here that if it's flooded or if the refuge is closed, you can't get into it.
Fair. You've heard gunshots before.
No,
You've never heard gunshots in turkey season,
not there.
There, not ever.
but you fish other places along the river
Yes.
and you hear other gunshots.
You know, other than during duck season, I really hadn't.
Okay. And turkey guns, are you familiar with turkey guns?
Yes,
And what kind of guns do they shoot? You shoot
a shotgun.
high powered 12 gauge, 10 gauge.
Well, you can shoot from a 410 up.
You know, turkey hunter who does?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you have any idea how close you were?
Nope.
You don't really know what direction it was, do you?
Just knew it come to the up north of me because it echoed from the water that way is all I can say.
You don't know if it was on private property or refuge.
No,
Was it, say, less than 2 football fields, more than 2 football fields?
that would be hard to say with the echo and that'd just be
Okay.
hard to say.
Unbelievable.
We're going to listen. Your Honor, if I can label it afterwards, I'll explain it if I can not label it.
It's one of our already admitted.
It's already admitted. Yes, Your Honor. Do you remember hearing overhead traffic?
Oh, yes, you hear.
Okay. And the gunshot was louder than the overhead traffic?
Yes.
Okay. That's not an echo, correct?
No.
And that's not what you heard?
Well, I don't know when it's been over recording.
Well, let's back it up. You said it echoed.
It
Yes.
did.
We just listened to something, you said it didn't echo.
Yes.
Fair to say, that's not the type of thing you heard?
I don't know if we was in the same spot when I heard it. And
Fair enough.
the direction of the wind makes a difference.
Fair enough. What was the direction of the wind that day?
No, that I don't know.
Did Brent Booth tell you?
No,
What all did you and Brent Booth say that day?
nothing.
Nothing. Did you
Other-
record the conversation?
Other than what I talked to him, we was at a restaurant and he was sitting there with some more agents. I just spoke to him, went on and sat down at my table.
When's the last time you talked to Brent Booth?
Oh, it's been, see, I'm trying to think, 3 or 4 months ago.
3 or 4 months ago. Interesting. What did y'all talk about?
I was working where he was working at now, and I just run into him. We sat down and had lunch.
What'd you talk about?
Nothing in particular.
Talk about the case?
Not really.
When you say not really,
I mean, he just asked me if I heard anything from the DA and all, they'd be in contact. I mean, that's really all it said.
so Brent Booth told you the DA would be in contact with you.
Eventually, yes.
You talked to him about possible reward money.
No.
Reward money.
Now, you married Candy Helms Hayes, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she was Facebook page follower of Justice for Holly.
If you say so.
Are you aware?
Not really that she was a follower of it, but if you say so. I don't go through her Facebook page, so I mean, you'll just have to.
We'll stipulate that this man's wife has a Facebook page that has a banner on it.
And she was that before we got married, so I mean,
Right. Can you,
John's not denying.
Follower,
So,
Facebook.
okay.
I'm objecting to
We
the
still
objection.
want it, we still want this.
Yep.
Okay, now we have an objection. We have an objection to this being entered.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's not denying it. These have no relevance.
It's relevant for multiple things, bias and the circumstances of him coming forward.
Well, I'm not sure what the content of this document is.
It's following Justice for Holly in 2014.
I'll allow him to bias.
He's logging in for bias. Hell yeah. Holy shit.
You and the Bobos have mutual friends, correct?
I guess not. I mean,
Adam Hayes, who's Adam Hayes?
he's a guy that I've worked with down in Parsons, Tennessee before, and or with a contractor, and he works at, I think, West Tennessee Public Utility District.
And who's his wife?
Who?
Who's his wife?
That, I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that Adam Hayes is friends with Clint Bobo?
Wow.
Objection,
No,
Your
I don't.
Honor.
I don't know. I'm sure I know lots of people's friends with him. I don't know.
Again, it's proven bias.
I'll
And
allow him a little bit of leeway.
you have
He did
mutual,
not know the wife of Mr. Hayes.
correct. You have mutual friends with the Bobo family.
Yes, I'd say, I guess I do.
And you want us to believe your wife, who was following Justice for Holly, 2014, y'all got together in 2014. You never once came forward.
Oh, I've told her a bunch of times at the tie yard.
And you never said the gun.
It had no relevance to the case till I heard it on the news.
How soon? And you're saying you heard it on the trial.
Yes. That's when I realized what I'd actually heard.
Prior to that time, you had never
Right there. Got him.
came forward and told anybody about hearing a gunshot.
I didn't realize what I
Nope.
heard.
Did not see where a gunshot had any reference to anything that was important till I heard that on the trial.
Awesome.
And you still didn't come forward.
Awesome.
Well, the trial was about over when I heard it on the news. So,
But it wasn't over.
well, I mean, I still didn't know who I was supposed to contact about nothing.
But you have been friends with Brent Booth for a long time.
Well, that,
You have his cell phone? You have Brent Booth's cell phone.
yes, I think I do.
Nothing further.
Mhm.
For the record,
There you go. Short, sweet, cut his
Is
nuts.
it fair to say that there were Justice for Holly signs all over town?
They were all over Lexington, Decatur County, everywhere you just about look in West Tennessee.
And do you remember when you first heard about the gunshot wound? Where were you? Or the gunshot, rather, where were you?
I think I was in my mom and daddy's house standing there and she had the TV on. And my first words was, when he said he's at the tie yard and there's nobody there, I told Mama, I said, he's lying because I was there. And then when he said the gunshot, I had to sit down. I told Mama, I told Daddy sitting there, and he looked at me and I said, I heard the gunshot.
You heard a man say something about the tie yard. Do you know who that man was?
Sure. Archer, when he was on stand?
Did he sit in that stand
Yes,
in this courtroom?
yes,
Did you know him?
no.
You've got to be kidding me.
No recross.
Hayes, thank you for your testimony. What this is, before you step down.
Yep. You didn't know that it was a gunshot. I mean, just completely eviscerated, I think, but what if?
You designate the tie yard, the red sticker, and the
exhibit 155.
155.
Yeah. The weight of that, I mean, the weight.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
We'll mark it, exhibit 156.
Is he done today, Judge?
He is done.
Damn.
That concludes the state's proof.
All right. 12:30. Any vote proof?
None.
115 closing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Straits?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the proof in this post-conviction matter. State concluded now. The petitioner has no rebuttal proof. I'll give them an opportunity for closing arguments at 1:15. Recess until
All rise.
Okay, so the state called give this man a new trial. All right, live court. It's not 2:15. So they're going to come back in 25 minutes, they say. Wow. I don't even have words. If you watch Kathy Ferguson, they introduced the evidence of the video of the clip Doug just played. The decibel reader didn't read her higher than the gunshot. They need to fix their mics. Oh, well, well. I'm curious of how long it's going to take for him to rule on this. We have no ruling. It's crazy. Wah, 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 wah. Dana says unlikely for him to rule from the bench. Yeah. He has 30 days after closing, I think, but it could be much faster. It would be great if he just rolled from the bench. Like, give me time to write up my stuff, but the way that I see this happening is we're going to be doing this all over. It'd be great to hear that. So there's nothing going to be tomorrow then. Oh, man. So, oh boy. I just can't believe that it wasn't made a big deal about it in trial one about the order of events with like if I'd be blowing up my kid's cell phone. Um, it's just mm, how does the mom not run out to her car and go get her cell phone to hear that you didn't call her cell phone because you didn't have your cell phone? That makes absolutely no sense to me. How the police arrive at the house at 8:10. You guys also know that her mom lied about how old Holly was in order to get a Amber Alert out. She told people that she was 17, and that's how an Amber Alert happened. I mean, I would do anything to find my child, and I think I would start by calling them. I would also told my kid, the son, to like, what do you mean, get out there, go run, like go get like. I don't know. I don't know why I would ever think that. Like, what time was Holly supposed to leave the house? What time was that test at? She makes a phone call at 7:42, and the screams were at 7:45. So, how long was that 7:42 phone call? Was she on the phone? Did the person that she was on the phone with hear anything? Um, I just, ooh. So their evidence was, I just compiled the audit forensic guy for the like basically accounting. This is how many hours she worked on the case. You guys, that's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Um, I want to see what the blood is in the let's see if I can find a picture of that again. Okay, here. Let's see. Okay. We're going to come back. I'm going to show you guys this picture. Okay, so whoopsies. Did that make it bigger for you guys on your end? Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. So the crime scene, the forensic experts recovered DNA evidence matching Holly Bobo in the carport. So the trunk was open. And I'm like, where's this blood? It's right there on the, right. Oh, what a horrible picture. I want to know what the testimony was about this like, was she like hit with something? So like that spatter. Why? What? Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Lawrence James holds up a petri dish containing DNA evidence collected on the day Holly Bobo was reported missing. Yeah. Why was the trunk open? You know? Thought that was. Mm-mm-mm. Is there blood on the black part of the Mustang by the reflector if you zoom in? Let me see if I can get a different picture here. I think there's blood on the car. You zoom in right by the reflector. It's very interesting. Like, very, very interesting. This was like the whatever was used, like hit her. It then had blood on it, you know. But then how could Holly be walking if she was just struck in the head or somewhere? It's like the item has the gravity droppings from like after it was used. Was someone going to put her in the trunk? Some people use their trunk, like they'll like go to their trunk, throw their book bag in there. So yeah. Very bizarre. Okay, let's go back though. I want to read this. Oh, I could probably just do it from. Let's see. Jurors in the Holly Bobo murder trial on Tuesday were shown photos of bloodstains taken at the scene of the crime and heard from the accused killer's ex-girlfriend, who testified that he had threatened to do to her what he had done to the slain nursing student. On the second day of Zachary Adams' trial in Savannah, Tennessee, his former girlfriend, Rebecca Earp, who had dated the defendant for more than 2 years, recounted for the jury how he turned to methamphetamine and morphine. She said that had occurred after his grandfather passed away and said that their relationship was punctuated by frequent fights and threats of violence on the part of her quick-tempered boyfriend. On the morning of April 3rd, which is before the murder, 2011, the day of Holly Bobo's disappearance, so they don't even have that right. That's not even right. Arp said that Adams kissed her on the head and left after telling her he was going to haul scrap metal, but she did not believe him. What? And now that's a big old lie because like they didn't even spend the night together. They were at different locations. He later called her from his brother's phone, which she said was unusual. When he came home that afternoon, Arp said that she observed what looked like fingernail scratches on his neck and arms, like while watching a TV news report about the missing 20-year-old Bobo. Arp said that Adams and his friend laughed and said police would never be able to find her. When a couple of days later, the girlfriend confronted Adams about his activities on the morning the nursing student had gone missing and tried to break up with him. She said her boyfriend invoked Bobo's name while threatening her with violence. He said he would tie me up just like he did Holly Bobo, and no one would ever see him again or her again. Adams, who was 33, has pleaded not guilty to kidnapping, raping, and killing Bobo, who was 20 when she disappeared from her home in Parsons on April 13th. Her remains were found 3.5 years later in woods not far from her home, about 100 miles southwest of Nashville. Like, I don't even know why they need to say that, but it's not far from her home in the woods. Like, you know, the woods that Clint was talking about. Oh, they walked off in the woods. I mean, what? But her remains were found 3.5 years later. But guess what? 3 years before her remains were found, so 6 months before her remains were found, he was arrested. During her 2-hour testimony, this was this girl, Rebecca, the ex-girlfriend. Rebecca Arp also told the court about one instance in which Adams claimed that a blue Tupperware container held the remains of the missing woman. She said her boyfriend quickly changed his story and told her the plastic receptacle actually contained the remnants of meth. Under cross-examination, Adams's defense team tried to discredit the prosecution's star witness by calling attention to Arp's foggy memory, the various conflicting statements she had given police, and the fact that she and Adams had both been drug addicts. When asked by defense lawyer Jennifer Thompson why, if she was in possession of incriminating information about her boyfriend, she failed to contact the authorities to claim a $250,000 reward. Exactly. Every drug addict would have been all over that. Okay. And that's why all these people, like, $250,000 reward that was being offered in the Holly Bobo case. Arp replied, "I was scared." Sounds good, Shug. You're a drug addict, 250,000. You're not scared of that, man. Go get your money, honey. Ridiculous. People believe this shit. Unreal, man. Holly's father, Dana, and brother Clint testified on Monday. Clint was the last person to see her alive and watched as she walked into the woods behind their home with a man he thought was her boyfriend. Bobo's brother testified Monday that he saw his sister and a man in the carport before they walked together into woods next to the family's home. Clint Bobo said he saw blood in the carport, but he did not know where it came from. Well, you'd have to, get out of your house, go running on the carport, and walk up into the front of it to see any blood. The blood found in the carport is the first forensic evidence related to Holly Bobo presented at Adams' trial. The blood evidence suggests a struggle may have taken place. It was tested to determine not only if she was bleeding, but also to pinpoint whether the person who kidnapped her also was bleeding. On Tuesday, the jury heard from Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Lawrence James, who testified that blood collected from the carport at Bobo's home matched her DNA. There was a good amount of blood at the scene, James said. Prosecutors say Adams, 33, took Bobo from her home, drugged her, raped her, and killed her. 2 other men, Jason Autry and Adams' brother, John Dylan Adams, also face charges of kidnapping, rape, and murder in this case. Their trials have not been set. James, a forensic scientist, said 1 of 5 blood samples taken from the floor of the carport next to Bobo's car yielded a complete DNA profile. 1 of 5 blood samples, that's it? Not all of them? What? That's interesting. James said the complete profile matched Bobo's DNA, which he had taken from underwear recovered from a hamper in the house. 2 samples yielded partial profiles, and they also matched her DNA. James said he was unable to build a profile from the 2 other samples. Bobo's disappearance led to a massive search of the fields, farms, and woods of West Tennessee. Her case received national attention, and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said it was the most exhaustive and expensive investigation the agency has ever conducted. Adams, who has a criminal record that includes drug possession and assault, faces the death penalty if convicted of first-degree murder. Yeah. Drugged her. Oh. Let's see what else. I'm telling you this, the morning timeline doesn't make any sense. I want to know if she was always the type of person that would wake up early the morning before a test and study like that. Not too many people do that. Like out of our roommates in college, one person, like that was what they like to do. The rest of us, not so much. It's just a really, I mean, not too many people prefer that method to studying. Because it just doesn't make any sense, right? Maybe that's why we're all confused. Yeah. So again, this is what they say happened. Now, have you guys seen the location of her home? Like, it sits back. It's like, where did this guy and her go off walking into the woods? Like, where could there have been a car just like waiting? So let's go look at see if I can pull up the images of like the woods like behind their house. No. Do you need me to be? Okay, hold on. Okay. I got a picture for you guys. Perfect. Here we go. Beautiful. Okay. So the person that, in my opinion, that took Holly Bobo would know her family's routine, not just hers, but her family's. She just happened to have a test that day. So she wakes up at 4:30 to start studying. Her dad leaves for work at 5. Her mom, probably waking up around 6 or 6:15. She leaves the house by 7:10. Okay. Her mom has a 25-minute drive to get to the elementary school that she works at. So she would arrive at like 7:35. Holly takes a phone call at 7:30 from her boyfriend. She answers it. Don't know how long it lasted. I'll find out. And then at 7:42, Holly makes a phone call. Can you see whose Holly's phone call at 7:42 was to? So then at 7:45, the neighbors, okay, hear a scream. And the one kid and his girlfriend drive over. He like lived at home. He was like in his 30s, like late. I'm sorry, at the time of the murder or abduction, he was like in his mid 20s. His name was James Barnes. And he drives over, but doesn't go all the way up the driveway. Okay, just listen to this. He drives over, pulls into the driveway, but like stops like right here at the like top of it, beginning of it. And then just like pulls away. Bizarre, huh? If you're going to go over there, why wouldn't you pull all the way up and go around? I mean, what are you doing? Anyways, he leaves. He tells his mom about it, and then his mom calls Karen Bobo. And then this is where it gets interesting. So here, Holly's phone is pinging or is like in this area, doesn't leave this area, and doesn't show up on a different set of like towers. So from 5:04 a.m. to 8:11 a.m., there was activity on Holly Bobo's device on a variety of cells located in the Darden and Parsons area. Based on historic records, these are the cell towers that typically provide service at and around the Bobo residence. There was one that was even further though, and that guy said it during his testimony, but here we go. And it wasn't until 8:17 a.m. that the Holly Bobo device utilizes the south sector of this Natchez Trace cell site to get a voicemail notification message. This is the first activity on the Holly Bobo device that morning that is outside this home location. So, and the thing that just doesn't make sense to me is you're placing Holly Bobo at her residence well, like easily until 8:11. And if the mom called the son at 7:45, and if the police get there at 8:10, so that's 6 minutes of travel time. You're on foot walking in the woods. Like, the brother sees this. Nobody calls Holly's phone until 8:17 though. Holly has her phone, but doesn't try to call 911, doesn't do anything with it. And then the person that's abducting her doesn't think to like shut the phone off when they get her and like they knock her out. Here's her phone. I'm gonna, take it, shut it off, or just like leave it behind. Like leave it at the house. Like that's the first thing that you'd want to like disarm somebody with is a cell phone. Right? No. We're just going to keep it. We're going to keep it all the way. Then this is what if the jury would have heard a presentation to say like, listen, the cell phone goes away and then as it's doing its like ping locating, it comes back to the house. It's back on and around the house. And that's where I wrote it down here. At 9:25 a.m., there was a locate on the Holly Bobo device, and that's what they were flipping out about. Like, why aren't you talking about that? And that's at the northwest sector of the Parsons Tower, and that's the cell tower 12573. This is the last activity on the Holly Bobo device, but more importantly, it's on the same cell tower that she normally utilizes when she's at her house. And that's at 9:25. And her phone and SIM card crazy. Ellie arriving at 8:10 on the property. Super crazy to me. Never calling her phone. Immediately thinking her mom saying to her son to get out there and shoot him. It's, oh my God, that's not her boyfriend. He's, hunting and he's totally somewhere else and you need to get out there and shoot him. What? it just, I would never think that. I'd be like, wait, what do you, we hear a scream, her car's still there. What do you mean her car's still there? Go out there. I would have to hear something like, okay, my son goes out to the car. He's looking around. Oh my God, there's like, I think this is blood. Wait, what? Like, that's what would put you into a panic. But before any of that was known, it was Holly's in the carport, and it looks like one of the times he was talking about it, she was on her like knees with the other person that was on their knees. And then it went from like, then they walked out to the woods, and it was like she was just walking on her own with the guy out and to the woods and through the woods, not getting in some car that's in a driveway and pulling away. And so I would have been like telling my son, get the fuck out, go follow them, go run off in the woods. I mean, what do you mean? Grab your bike, get the fuck, go. I don't know, run. Right. But call her phone. Nobody's calling her phone. So then she hung up after he's saying this, and she hangs up the mom and calls 911. And I think she called back, but she never called Holly's cell phone. In fact, the first time that Clint, her brother, calls Holly's cell phone was at 8:17. And that would have been 7 minutes after the police arrived. Doesn't matter who you think would have her cell phone. Doesn't matter anything about that. You'd be calling her cell phone. And her cell phone wasn't called until 8:17, which the police arrived at 8:10. I don't know. I think you would need to look into, like, go back 30 days and look at Holly Bobo's and look at their family's phone transactions. And then that's what I would have done from the beginning, is to see who was in the area, because it wouldn't just be, you'd have to know her dad's schedule. You have to know her mom's schedule. They're trying to abduct Holly here. Okay. And holy shit, if you think that you're going to just, hey, the best place to abduct her is her parents leave, there's no one there, her brother, I'm just going to go and take her. It's almost like a ransom, man. It's very weird. And then you're going to think that guys that are just looking to score meth coming out here and taking her for what? Absolutely bizarre. But let's go back. Does the mom still live in that house? Just curious. I don't know. I just feel like there was no, like, everybody wants to talk about the Terry Britt guy too. For me, I don't even know about that. Terry Britt said he was a guy that lived not too far from them, and he said he would plead guilty and take 20 years. It's like, Well, guess whose theory this was? It wasn't the TBI's theory. The TBI people were like, fuck no, those meth heads didn't do it. They're not even on our radar. Like, hell no. Okay. It was actually like a person, a couple people. Have you guys heard about the story? I'm going to pull it up here. It was a web sleuth, basically. Okay. Okay, so August 24th, 2025, the key witness in Holly Bobo case admits he fabricated testimony. There's actually like the documentary. Zachary Adams was sentenced to life plus 50 years for the Holly Bobo, her death based largely on witness accounts. Okay. And so Zachary Adams and two other men were charged in Bobo's kidnapping, rape, and murder, with Adams being the only defendant choosing to go to trial. He was subsequently convicted on all charges in 2017 and sentenced to life in prison plus an additional 50 years. During Adams's trial, key witness Jason Autry spoke in graphic about ridiculous. He said he knew the details that Bobo was kidnapped and raped before being wrapped in a blanket, thrown in the back of a pickup truck, and killed under a bridge near a local river. It sounded like boom, boom, boom underneath that bridge, Audrey told the jury. It was just one shot, but it echoed. Birds went everywhere, all up under that bridge. Then just dead silence for just a second. Since investigators never found DNA evidence linking Adams to Bobo, the prosecution relied primarily on testimony from witnesses and Adams' fellow inmates who claimed he talked about hurting Bobo after the murder. Oh, we're back? Okay, we're back. Hold on. We're going to go back. We're back. Let's get us back up in this piece. We'll start at the beginning now. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, would the court permit if anyone comes in late to be allowed in during closing? Is that... Your Honor, I'm going to break my argument down into 4 parts for the court, but before I do, I must say what part of this case is not in dispute. That is that Ms. Holly Bobo and her parents and friends and family are the people who make West Tennessee a special place. The horror of April 13th, 2011 remains an unmitigated tragedy. Nothing I say diminishes that. An outrage that this crime took place is not relevant in these proceedings. 4 parts to my argument are the story of this case. I'm going to address constitutional violations. I'm going to address the proceedings themselves, these post-conviction proceedings themselves, and end discussing the obligation the court has. Before I get too technical in the legal arguments, I'd like to just summarize this case. April 13th, 2011, a beautiful young nursing student was taken from her home, traveled in a clockwise manner until her cell phone stopped traveling for 30 minutes. This is where U.S. Marshal tracking expert suggests she was killed. No evidence before that was found along a route. The bullet consistent with a defect in her skull was found next to her remains. Evidence was thrown out for personal belongings from that location along the route that ended at Gooch Road. Most of her personal belongings were found next to her remains. I will not belabor the evidence that made law enforcement and General McAdams submit there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed this crime. Britt had a search warrant served on him and installed, while he was briefly incarcerated, various wiretapping and bugging devices. Soon after he returned, he was told they probably are bugging you. Nothing happened. 2011 turned into 2012, turned into 2013. This case was becoming a cold case. Terry Britt told Marshall Walker to get an agreement giving him certain prison time. He just wanted his wife Janet kept out of it. He was not Mirandized. He took 15 years on old charges that Janet Britt was let out. By the way, if he had been serving for that crime that happened in Madison County, he would have been incarcerated on April 13th, 2011. In the words of Brent Booth, this case is haunting. As time developed, TBI blamed the Bobo family. The Bobo family blamed TBI. Nobody could blame them. What follows that began in late 2013 can only be explained by understanding the juxtaposition of impenetrable truth that scientific data provides and the manipulative propensity of what people say. And these people who are either scared, want reward money, or have their memory replaced with inferences and impressions to regurgitate or, quote, nail down. Enter Dennis Benjamin. He begins working with TBI head agent Jack Van Hoosier, retired cop, becomes the go-between between the Bobo family and TBI. His job was to get some arrest. Enter Sheila Kilzer. Her son was arrested with Jason Kilzer. Put aside that both Sheila and Jason had already denied knowledge or involvement. Sheila and Jason get law enforcement to believe Dylan knows more. TBI pounces. Even though what Sheila heard was false, TBI begins the belief that continues throughout that they have the omnipotent superpower to know what the truth is. And thus anything that points to arrest is true enough to further their aim. This is a central theme of everything you've heard. Dylan is pressured from jail. He gets a sweetheart deal, the contents of which are under seal. I will not discuss that. I would just ask the court to read it. A word about Dennis Benjamin. He had been told in February of 2014 by Victor Densmore that Dylan was the weak link. In March of 2014, Benjamin is back in Indiana telling Densmore that he's going to get the death penalty if he doesn't tell him where the body is. In dismissing Benjamin, Densmore says, "I'm not even interested in the reward money." We are to believe that a drug addict's statement to his girlfriends, his drug buddies, and other jail inmates are gospel. All are statements that were provided or not provided or misconstrued to the most vulnerable of our citizens. They were worried about arrest, losing custody, reward money, and thus everything the state has mustered in an ambush of these people, or to put it into their words, run to the ground. Persist until they say enough to implicate these four, even if it's inconsistent, even if it's demonstrably false. It doesn't matter. I could not summarize this part of the case better than Agent Joe Walker did on page 483. There were a lot of statements that ended up not being true. Now it's time to find the credible points of data that corroborate this scientific data that cannot be manipulated. None exist. Every single part of their life was searched for DNA evidence. None. Fingerprints. None. A gun that could have been used in the crime. None. Nothing. Not the palm print at the Bobo house. Not the crop print. Not a single thing. They have that a meth addict scratched his arm. Dillon's statement is thoroughly rebutted by the cell phone records. It's no wonder why within weeks of Jason Autry's story being released, his attorney wanted the cell records just one more time. Instead of saying Dillon's story was not true, the state has tried more creative avenues by saying it was too self-serving. After he made the statement, he was politely escorted to jail where he has been ever since. Fugitive tracking experts placed the location of death where the remains were found. He was needed to be an expert when the state was trying to solve this crime. You heard from Agent Frizzell today. When his opinion did not fit within the strictures of the manipulated testimony, he was discredited. Could not show it any better today. Agent Frizzell and I recreated Marshall Walker's map. The foundation of my entire trial has been trying to explain April 13th, 2011, and when I finally had Agent Frizzell under cross-examination, he showed the same thing. Bank records were pulled of Shane Austin to call his bluff to see where he was. They confirmed where he was. He said he had a satellite guy coming. That too was corroborated. Cell records put these four throughout Decatur County and Benton County, and it never put them in Swan Johnson Road's location. Zach Adams' phone, it apparently was with him all the time. 8:19, he's receiving incoming text. 8:17 and 8:26, Miss Holly Bobo's cell phone is on a completely different tower. Facebook showed Zach online that morning. Nothing made sense, and yet these men were on trial for their life. Zach Adams' defense attorneys were told, get the ATM video by Dr. Norton. The bank said no such software existed. The TBI agent said the ATM transaction was not covered by their videos. Someone had mislabeled them to be a BP video. Thompson couldn't even open whatever it was labeled BP. No word on an alibi. We heard Delicious. They said that this ATM was baking an alibi. Well, one thing about baking an alibi, you tell law enforcement. Why didn't they tell law enforcement about the ATM? You heard Walker and Booth say, I don't remember the last time I went to an ATM. I doubt anybody in this courtroom remembers the last time they went to an ATM. They say that every time they gave law enforcement, they lied. They're on drugs. They're saying what the things they remembered of that day. The state says all of the things Zach Adams said, all of it under the influence of drugs, it was gospel. Terry Britt talking to an agent in jail was sarcasm. In the face of this, Jason Autry chooses a better option. Recreate his day with cell phone locates. He says he remembers 6 years earlier, while under the influence, somebody mowed his yard, somebody mowing their yard. Interesting that Brent Booth said, remember Autry said he remembers the guy mowing the yard. The state never once yielded any misbelief about the totality of his testimony. They told the court Autry told the world that day. You can read Jennifer Nichols' closing argument about Autry. And she says specifically, Jason sort of covers the whole morning, page 2,727 of the transcript. Sure, they got the gun wrong. Sure, Autry got the gun wrong. That could be fixed. The 357 became the .38 revolver with a .357 barrel became the murder weapon. Disregard Dinsmore vouching 6 days prior that it was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel, and he knows his guns. Disregard that he says, now my wife also threw out a .32 revolver. Disregard that. There has to be right objective data that the state needed. The defect was .36. The bullet casing next to it was a .380. It's excluded. Nobody pull your phone out to just see for yourself. They say, oh, Bradley Strawn sold it to Shane Austin. Disregard Bradley Strawn's testimony. That never happened. Problems again with Jason Autry. Okay, the white truck was never in the picture. That was the murder getaway vehicle. Dinsmore must have just forgotten that, quote. Let's send Booth up there to, quote, nail it down. One wonders how much testimony in this case was nailed down between Dennis Benjamin, Brent Booth, Victor Dinsmore, and the rest of the agents and witnesses. And halfway through this witness's testimony, the last witness, Mitchell Hayes, I wrote down my first question. I wonder if he knew Brent Booth. 5 minutes later, we learned they are friends and have each other's cell phones. The case went to the jury. Autry does his job. He saved his life. He gave the state what they asked for. The trial judge said it was the most persuasive and credible testimony he'd ever received. Put aside what we've heard in 2025 from General Wyrick's questions, which is all of us are presumed to think co-defendants, participants, immunity agreement witnesses, they provide self-serving and incomplete truth. That's surely not what the jury heard. Put aside Brent Booth had substantial questions about the truthfulness. Put aside Kathy Ferguson flat out thinks he raped her. Put aside all that. The conviction withstood the appellate scrutiny. But then one canary in the coal mine had not been forgotten about. Buried underneath 4 terabytes of discovery, everyone seemed to have forgotten it existed. And I am discussing the video of these gentlemen at the ATM. The backstory we know is Terry Dykes and Ricky Inman were going through trying to find between 8 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning and 9:40 in the morning, trying to find locations of Holly Bobo or somebody who might be driving. The records show exhibits where they were labeling, but stopping at 9:40. They had a treasure trove of this surveillance video that they dutifully labeled and then just stopped. Here's the interesting thing. Zach Adams fills his pro se petition, and he didn't forget what he had been told. We were at the ATM. He, from Dr. Norton to his attorneys, the bank records show we know you're at the ATM. We just got to find it. So it's part of the post-conviction proceedings. And this is where it's interesting.
Wow, pro se he did that.
Adams is talking to somebody he would not be here without, Dr. Katie Spearfield. Adams, and this is reported and listened to by Kathy Ferguson. Kathy Ferguson testified, we heard them talking about this video, the potential of it. We heard Zach say, I remember going into the ATM backwards. When I issued a subpoena to get this, the state was advised of the subpoena, they issued it too. It was limited in time, what Ms. Ferguson says, Agent Ferguson. The state was dangled the original software, and they went and got it. We'll come back to that. Months ensued. I finally filed a motion because in the January hearing on the amended complaint about this, General Boyano brings the laptop that has the still shot of the truck going backwards. The same still shot, the state also argues, shows nothing. It showed something for them to have it on their screenshot when they argued in front of you. And at that time, Zach Adams says, "That's me." No one knew about it until these pleadings. No one. Agent Booth, then General Nichols lied to you about it. They said, "We remember seeing it before the trial." Cannot tell you how much I appreciate Kathy Ferguson for honoring her oath and saying Booth's mistaken, because it's not true. It makes perfect sense nobody saw it. General Hagerman says he was the expert of the 4G terabyte hard drive. 4 terabyte drive, he was the expert. He never remembers seeing it. Terry Dykus stopped surveilling at 9:40. Agent Ferguson was the lead administrative agent. She never saw it. It was only relevant in these proceedings. Walker, who was in charge of going from the bank records to seeing if they were covered by the videos, he said, "I didn't see it because I didn't look." It was mislabeled by an intern. Again, Zach's lawyers couldn't open it. What does it do? And I have belabored this. All of Frizzell's cross-examination is now consistent with Walker and Reeves. There is virtually no space between it. It shows at 10:32 when Zach is on tower 39077, and then at 10:35, 39079. He's traveling on the interstate to get to their home, to pick up the rest of his drug buddies, to get down to Parsons, and that's their day. You cannot go from where Autry says they were along this route and make it to the ATM by 11:12 a.m. We've proven that. Nothing the state can ever show rebuts what the objective science reveals. All the statements in the universe, including the guy fishing whose wife was a Facebook friend and he's buddies with Brent Booth, does not rebut what the cell records, the bank records, and the ATM video show. That's why I've spent all of my time on this dry erase board. When you understand April 13th, you understand everything. I asked Agent Booth, as an investigator, is your job to tie up independently corroborating bits of data like bank transactions and cell records to say where somebody was? Answer, I didn't do that. I don't remember that. So the court must ask itself now, how can this be? And I submit it is only for the constitutional violations that took place. Your Honor, I submit first under Dellinger, I have proven that the ATM is new. It exists the same way all other new evidence exists. It was out there in the rules of quantum physics that existed. Nobody knew it. Nobody. And the fact that Agent Booth and General Nichols were not credible validates it, because Agent Ferguson and General Hagerman, you can test their credibility, validates it's new. It proves actual innocence. If I I have argued actual innocence throughout this. If the court does not find by clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence, then the court's analysis falls to whether first, standalone constitutional violations warrant a new trial, and if not standalone, ineffective assistance to counsel. This evidence is largely interwoven with each other. I suggested in opening, I'll suggest again, find your facts, and then you'll understand when you apply the law how to apply a defense to the standalone grounds is whether it's been waived or whether it's been previously determined, such as if you have a suppression hearing, you can't argue in a PCR. The standalone, the Brady violation of Jason Autry's sentence was not revealed to the jury. The state had decided, General Hagerman, the state had decided they had virtually no case. They never communicated that to the defense. Autry, as a state agent, he was provided an immunity agreement, and he came to the court and he lied. I'll talk more about it briefly. Prosecutorial misconduct and or Brady violations. I'm just going to briefly touch on them. I'll get to them in a second. Jennifer Nichols telling the jury the 380 was excluded. No, it wasn't. That the truck had been put in the Dinsmore's garage. No, it wasn't. That the ATM video was buried in discovery that nobody knew and then mislabeled. And at this point, I think the court can see, when I asked Agent Frizzell, did anybody try to go back and look at this surveillance data? I mean, just think for a minute, the millions of dollars, it's in the transcript, the millions of dollars the state had for this. But they act like it's an inmate and an appointed attorney's job to find a better, more clear version of ATM surveillance data. I think I've covered sufficiently how the ATM came to be. I want to go over some of the things the state has said in regards to it. They argue both it's nothing new. We knew they were in Parsons, who cares? And also argue perhaps a canine was driving it. They argue you can't tell if it's them. You can't tell if it's their same vehicle, although to his credit, General Hagerman says, yeah, the same hubcaps, it looks very similar or similar. It's the exact vehicle they had impounded. And what nobody in the state has said is, if that's not them, what vehicle was Shane Austin in? Because the transcript shows they knew his vehicle was inoperable. And they knew the bank transaction took place. Dylan Adams said, that's me, the BP, standing there. Dylan Adams said, that's me in the car. Zach Adams said, that's me in the car. Jim Simmons testified, so far as we knew, there was no video. He's the one that subpoenaed the bank for the video. They both said they never saw it, and they said how important it was. Gonzalez remembers no conversation about the ATM video. Its importance was understood at trial. That this route that I have discussed about Autry's lie, if you read the trial transcript, and General Nichols, she knew when to object. Page 1,313. And remember, the testimony is that TBI agents, they ran the route themselves. They knew the route that Autry was going to testify about. The question discussing the way back. Question on line 10. So then where would you have gone after that? Answer: at some point in there, it was determined they were where they was, and I proceeded to make my way to 30 Yellow Springs Road. How did you make your way over there? Answer: maybe through Coxburg West, comes through at Eagle Creek. General Nichols: Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to when the witness says probably. If he doesn't know, I'm going to object him just guessing and speculating about which way he went. She knew exactly what she was doing, as if she knew the route was impossible, because she's the one that says today or in November, we knew they were in Parsons, big deal.
She's
Come back to that when we discuss sanctions.
She's a pig. Exactly.
The
Same.
gun. It's not merely what gun was used. The gun, the 380 round next to the remains, is important because it is another bit of data that validates John Walker's map. I was more worried about this because I prepared this before Agent Frizzell testified. We are now in unison with that fourth ping added to Miss Bobo's phone. But the gun, the 380, shows the 30 minutes from Shiloh Road to Truck Tower Road is where Miss Holly Bobo was killed. Everything makes sense. There's no evidence thrown out before. The evidence is thrown out after, except most of the physical remains of Miss Bobo are by her remains. Six days before the .32 revolver was pulled out, Victor Dinsmore says, I'm 100%, I know my guns. It's a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel. Jason Autry initially said it was a .357. Why did he say it was a .357? Well, maybe he knew the Austins had a .357. Maybe it's based on discovery that a .357 had been pulled out. But when the state pulls out the .32 revolver, they don't say, maybe we're being lied to. You know what we haven't found in the 2 years of this post-conviction proceeding? The .32 revolver that Victor Dinsmore says they threw in a pond. That May 2017 recording not only revealed the gun issue, if that's not suborning perjury, I don't know what is. It's rare you see the sausage being made in an investigation where 6 years after, Brent Booth is asking Victor and Sandy Dinsmore, could it have happened? No, not happening. Brent Booth, I'm trying to get all these details nailed down so I can settle this damn case. His words. Victor says, there's no way that's happening. You never know what a jury will do. Booth says something interesting then. He says at the time they were hiding the garage, they were cleaning the truck out to hide it. There is no scenario where that's possible on April 13th, 2011. None. Victor says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. And the state, the prosecutors don't say, well, I'm cleaning my hands of Victor Dinsmore. I'm cleaning my hands of Agent Booth. The words were, they were unimpressed and he was leading. Jennifer Thompson knew enough to have it transcribed, but she didn't understand Rule 803.26. She didn't understand none of it's offered for the truth of the matter. She should have cross-examined them. She should have talked in opening statements. But when she tried to bring it up, shrewd as always, General Nichols objected. Can't talk about that. When we started these proceedings, Your Honor, I did not, one thing I forgot. It's interesting, there are moments where you see how Autry recreated his story. The truck in the garage is one of them. Valerie Trout's IR discussed that the Dinsmores remember a truck being hidden there. But Trout said, no, it wasn't the day of. She came here and testified. It wasn't the day of. If it was the day of, I would have put it in my report. But Autry gleaned from that, I need to put the truck hidden in the garage. When the case started, the first day I lost the motion in limine on Autry's testimony, I did not think I could prove to the court Autry lied. I didn't have his recanting. And it's interesting, the state said it's not credible because Autry was under the influence of drugs when he's talking to my agent at the Memphis jail. But now when this drug addict's talking to other drug addicts, trying to intimidate them, it's gospel. When we started the case, I don't think the state had the understanding of Dylan. Because all you have to do with Dylan, and I know the court said it's going to watch the tape, you have a transcript, I can't request enough. Absorb it. Dylan says whatever they wanted him to say. And so initially, during these proceedings, I was asking, they started off with Mark Lewis. And we get into this, what I'll refer my words as hedging. Again, to the jury in 2017 is totality. Autry's plea, Autry tells the world. Judge McGinley, most persuasive, credible testimony I've ever seen. Watch what happens in 7 months. General Wyrick is asking the first TBI agent to testify, Mark Lewis. Question, this is page 238. Is it fair to say that Jason Autry's statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, as well as Dylan Adams' statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, are not mirror images of one another? They're not mirror images. How many homicide statements have you participated in your career as a TBI agent? I don't know what the number is, but it would be a lot. Okay. How many of those have involved a co-defendant? A fair amount. Is it typical with co-defendants pointing the finger at one another? That's not uncommon. It's typical. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they give you a little bit, try to mitigate their own involvement. That has happened, yes. Give you just enough to let you do your work without completely, and I object. I said, Your Honor, is the state acknowledging Jason Autry's statement and testimony was false? Because that will save us a tremendous amount of effort with this line of questioning if the state is acknowledging that Jason Autry's statement was false. General Wyrick, I'm nowhere close to that, Your Honor. No, sir. Now, fast forward to Kathy Ferguson. May, August. General Wyrick asked Kathy Ferguson, of the 4, who do you think raped Holly Bobo? She said Zach Adams, Shane Austin, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry. Oh, so you think Jason Autry raped him? Yes. All because you just listened to Dylan Adams' statement. And you realize it's a lie. Now, General Nichols says two things on her testimony. She said, initially, I knew it was false when I watched it. She and I agree on that totally. It's interesting, though, he got incarcerated immediately after making it. I know of no other crime where you say a lie about your involvement in a crime and you're not arrested. The problem is when Jackson and Booth are good cop, bad copying him and saying all this, nobody had the cell phone data. To say that this is not a mirror image of Jason Autry is an offense to the mirror. Dylan has this concoction coming up over the entire night and has Autry the ringleader, has Autry throughout the day raping her, has Dylan raping her, has Zach raping her. Then when you watch it in full, you'll get to the point when they say, and they were hiding her in a basement. It's like, whoops, they're talking about a trailer. So it starts all over. And you go back to the sealed transcript of the plea deal. And you think about Dennis Benjamin and what we heard from him. February, meeting Densmore is a God thing. He's got a friend in Indiana. March, he's lying to him, saying you're going to get the death penalty. And that's who the vulnerable one lived with. I want to say this about Autry's lie. Credibility matters. I got the pattern instructions. Pattern instruction 42.04. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. By the way, the dedication to this year's pattern instruction was to Judge German. Judge Riley wrote, Dickey abhorred anything he considered to be an injustice. But the state says, okay, in 2017, we said Jason Autry, total mourning, total testimony, total truth. Now they say, oh, you silly jury, you should have known better. You should have known that co-defendants do this. You should have known that it was a self-serving statement. You silly jury. I have custody cases all the time where you lose custody of your child if you lie. I don't say to the judge, I mean, listen, dad's lie, mom's lie. You know, it happens. Don't follow the law. The fact that their lead agent says Jason Autry was not truthful, but they find a friend of Brent Booth to come here and say on a random day crappie fishing, he remembers a gunshot going off and he remembers it echoing, and the court will listen to the exhibit. You listen to them. They're labeled how far apart they are. You listen if you hear any echoing. When he got up about halfway through, I wrote to write this question before he said anything. I wonder if he's friends with Brent Booth. Called it. We did not know, the record did not know that Dylan, this all started with Sheila Kilzer. Kudos to Mark Lewis. He testified Sheila Kilzer wanted her son to get a deal. Kudos to Mark Lewis for explaining that. Your Honor, I think this record has been aided by what Dennis Benjamin brought to the court. The court's heard several issues regarding Sheila Kilzer, Rebecca Earp, who said the truth when she was interviewed by Valerie Trout. Again, the cell phone records have Zach and her arguing throughout late at night. And she's asked, did y'all spend the night together? And she said, I honestly don't remember. But that wasn't good enough for the state. They had to nail that detail down differently than her memory. Dinsmore, and this was something that Jennifer Thompson did not bring out. There's moments when there's these witnesses lining up, and then there's these moments when they don't know the latest thing to line up with. And so Dinsmore is saying that while these guys were there buying drugs on the afternoon of April 13th, they're talking about who's going to hit it first. And there was a while where the state believed that to be true. And then the cell records come in and like, whoops, that's not true. And Autry's painted a story with cell records. The victim's already dead. And you hear Dinsmore says, oh, like, whoops, somebody forgot to tell him. But he still said it, and it made no sense. And Ms. Thompson did not isolate on this. John Walker, I appreciate Agent Frizzell. You know, if the record reflected at trial, the only thing he was wrong about was a road here and there, that would have been pretty different. I've thought about this. What's more accurate? The map John Walker prepared that the court did not allow in 2017, or the exhibit that Agent Frizzell prepared with consultation with the state that had the fourth ping missing that showed the direction of travel of the cell phone of Holly Bobo that morning. When Agent Walker was preparing Ms. Thompson, his testimony was it was for an hour, she did not pay attention, and she was drinking wine. The credibility of Jennifer Nichols and Brent Booth. They're the only two who said, I saw the video beforehand. Your Honor, I submit there's credible evidence that the court received then General Nichols, who testified in November, was the least credible witness this court will ever see. She objected to some of my questions from her chair, ridiculed, deflected. It was beneath the position she has held. At times when she couldn't find the right answer, she attempted to gain sympathy from the court. Interesting, she said something I'd heard from Jason Autry that said, if your records reflect that, I don't dispute that. Interesting, I wonder how that came to be. At one point, not wanting to answer the question, she said, when are we going to talk about Jennifer Thompson? I thought that's why we were here. Listen to her at the trial. Jennifer Thompson, all she had a guy who measured the .380 round in the casing. And she told the jury, he didn't know to take the bullet out of the casing. Bless his heart. As if somehow the bullet's going to get bigger than .355 when it's removed from the casing. As if the sock is bigger than the shoe. And then when you ask these people simple questions, just think about this. Simple questions.
This is
Do you know the diameter? The honest people, Agent Ferguson said, I didn't, but I've learned it. Jennifer Nichols, no. Have you Googled it? No. Brent Booth, have you looked it up? No. Just admit we were wrong. The sanctions that the court has taken under advisement. The state is asking for the court to see that somehow that video that is in discovery either shows nothing, or if it does show something, it shows nothing new because everybody knew we were in Parsons. they said, but Katie Spirko can't go get it because it's evidence. Which is odd. From 2011 to 2024, the state did nothing to go and get the actual recorded software. Only when Katie Spirko tries to get it through a subpoena that only I have the power to get, then all of a sudden we got a problem. And you can look through the record of this transcript to see their only defense to the ATM video is it's not clear enough of a picture to see who's in it. It's almost as if the real reason they went and got what's exculpatory evidence was to make sure if there's a clear video of it, defense didn't have it first. And when I asked her whether it was important, whether she communicated to me first, that they went and got it, and they told the person who gets it, don't tell anybody, Jennifer Nichols says, who cares? It's an obligation under the rules of professional conduct when a prosecutor knows of exculpatory evidence. And you saw Jennifer Nichols' attitude. All of these things, Your Honor, combine for these standalone issues I've addressed in my pleadings. I'm now going to address ineffective assistance of counsel, and I have 12. I'll not belabor the point. Again, if I have not proven these are worthy enough on its face to survive the Rule 28, Section 5 defenses, these fall to ineffective assistance. Number one, Dylan's video. And it was odd to even watch in real time. The question was, how do you authenticate the video of Dylan's September 2014 hearing? Jennifer Thompson says, I don't know. It's pretty easy. You call one of the 3 TBI officers who were there. And it's not a confrontation issue because, first of all, it's not being asserted for the truth of the matter. And second, the defendant calls it. And look how the state, they couldn't wiggle out of it. 2, she never recreated the day of April 13th to make it sense with the objective data. 3, the gun, her question to Dinsmore was, yeah, but didn't you say it was a 38 or a 357? That's fundamentally different than you said it's a 38 revolver with a 357 interchangeable barrel. Number 4, the truck in the garage, she had the transcript. Play it at opening. Say, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the evidence has been created in this case. All of these witnesses said different things until the state said, that's enough, stop. The detail is nailed down. Jerry Gonzalez says she wasn't listening because she was constantly trying to get boxes because the state wouldn't tell them who their witnesses were. And the state during these proceedings said, no, that wasn't done. General Hageman tried his best. When we asked a couple of weeks ago to the state, who are your 6 witnesses? Their response to and the court seen it was, are we required to do this? Britt, technical difficulties regarding the wiretap. Britt admits there's listening that you're told they probably wiretapped your home. This idea that there was not probable cause differences, Your Honor, I've gone through this. It's not the case. There's a probable cause for an administrative subpoena, investigative subpoena, that's different by statute. Everything else, the definition of probable cause is you believe somebody did it. That's it. Think how I went through point by point by point of Brent Booth, who initially said, I never said there was probable cause. And then I get the record out. And he's like, whoa. And we went through point by point. Terry Britt lied about his alibi. Terry Britt lied about his cell phone. Terry Britt's prior knowledge of Holly Bobo. Past behaviors. Thompson could not open a video. She should have gotten IT help to open it. In fairness, she did repeatedly bring up issues to the court. The transcript of the motion hearing speaks for itself. She failed to isolate the Dinsmore when Dinsmore said, yeah, those guys were talking about who's going to hit it first. And then when I didn't know what they were talking about. Now I do. I feel terrible. So she said, wait a minute. But crime's already taken place and she's dead by this time. She didn't isolate how all of these witnesses, just because they say some things that sound similar to other things, it doesn't make it true when you have people who are facilitating these witnesses back and forth. She should have played the ERP video. Honestly, I don't remember. She didn't force this fundamental question of the day, which is, they just pulled off the crime of the century. They just get back to Austin's house. The records show their call was at 8:50. They now have no idea what to do with the body. So they call Jason Autry, who comes in where they drive to the river to dispose of it. They then don't dispose of it, and they drive all the way back. Put aside they drove, and you'll watch the video of Paul Dillon's route. It's nothing but woods. But they're still driving. And then at this point, even though you cannot get to this route, Thompson does not say, does it make sense now that they say, all right, we know a satellite guy's coming at Shane's house. Let's just leave everything here and make our way to Sonic. That's what the proof that Autry bound them to. Put aside this issue. The remains were found with personal property. How did personal property get there? If they were throwing all the evidence out, wouldn't they throw all the evidence out? Instead, they made sure to keep some belongings together, and there's no explanation for how that could be. Because they say the truck was hidden in Dinsmore's before all of this. It's impossible. And Thompson never drove that point home. She should have told, number 11, she should have told Zach Adams, Zach, you're on trial for the death penalty. I need to let you know I have antidepressant medicine that's being upped up because of how I'm being treated in this case. You say, well, that's true, but somebody was being mean to her. Is the attorney's job to not at least tell the client, you need to know my mental health is deteriorating, which is the 12th point she should have withdrawn. I could not say it better than Forrest Richardson. He analyzed quantity, not quality. Jennifer Thompson's problem is not that she didn't know the case. She couldn't tell the jury about it because by September 2017, she'd been ridiculed. Her own co-counsel filed a motion to withdraw, saying her problem was she believed him too much. I'm curious what the state's position is. Is it that she was competent, or in the words of Jennifer Nichols, dishonest and unethical? Or recording her work. Can you imagine if we didn't have the recording of Dinsmore and I was trying to tell you, Judge, I think there was perjury suborned during that day. I think Dinsmore said he didn't remember. If I didn't have a recording, they'd be like, whatever, trust us. Which brings me to the third large point. When you reflect on this case, whose presentation provided you the most credible proof? Whose statements to you were true. I told you from the beginning in May, Your Honor, Katie Spearco won't be a witness. You look in the record right now to see if there was ever a subpoena issued for her today.
Yep, they try to keep her quiet.
Served on her today. I said it's for a nefarious purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Opening statement.
I just-
Opening statement. The state said, if there's anything new that comes to this court, it's not going to be credible.
That's what I wrote in chat. Fuck them for that. Ridiculous.
I submit I have presented to the court objective scientific data that cannot be manipulated, like testimony of a fisherman 14 years earlier. The state has provided testimony from witnesses who lied about everything until their lies were nailed down to the lies of others. It was, at one point I asked a question and General Hagerman volunteered. This isn't gamesmanship. What else is it? If you don't think Jason Autry did it, then why continue to try to put him to death in pleadings? And his answer was, well, we didn't know who was going to be tried first. This is not a game.
Yes. Fucking great statement.
I told you about the 32 revolvers that we've never found from Dick, the second one, apparently. It's been in a pond. Think about this. The state has asked you to consider the prior evidence, which is part of the record, that Zach made all these statements to drug addicts, to friends, to girlfriends he was fighting with, as somehow confessions. They have incarcerated him since March of 2014, had the ability to wiretap every single thing he's ever said, listen to every phone conversation he's ever made. They don't have the first sentence uttering a single statement that he had any knowledge of what happened to Holly Bobo or any involvement. They say that he threatened his brother. If that's the new element for first-degree murder, every parent who has children better watch out. And look at the people who supported the scientific evidence. Look what happened to them. Terry Dykes taken off the job. John Walker reported. Jennifer Thompson, antidepressant medicine. And Your Honor, I submit I have shown this to you, and in this case, I have taken their witnesses and their evidence, with the exception of Paul Dillon, Alberto Davis, and Bradley Strong. No, sorry, that's their witness. And the lawyers involved. I've taken their IRs, their agents, and shown you the truth. Your Honor, we're now time for me to tell you the fourth part of this argument and the last part of this case, which is your signature to the order. This procedure, this post-conviction procedure, Rule 28, and it's codified, reflects our country's dedication to the importance of our Constitution. Just as Marbury versus Madison said, some laws, however popularly passed, will not stand if they're unconstitutional. Neither will a jury verdict stand if it's the product of a constitutional violation. These provisions are not trivial. Due process, effective assistance of counsel. I will not lecture the court on the Constitution. I will just say this. It's what our men and women in uniform defend with their lives. Every judicial oath states, you solemnly promise to support the United States and Tennessee Constitution. Each generation of Americans inherit the obligation to honor it, and if they don't, it will not stand. At times, it requires good and honorable men and women to speak up and stand up for it against powerful and popular forces. Is your signature going to be easy, Your Honor? It's not. The Constitution doesn't care. It's not easy. Put it in more practical sense. Can TBI officers go around telling other witnesses to change their testimony to nail down with other testimony, and can prosecutors say, that's fine, let's use it? We'll find out with your signature. Can a prosecutor lie to the jury about a bullet size? We'll find out with your signature.
This is
Can a
awesome.
citizen honestly be said to have had effective assistance of counsel if the attorney was ridiculed, her first chair abandoned her, she had mental health problems, she never presented alibi evidence, she did not understand what evidence is important and how to get it admitted? We will find out with your ruling. Can the state mislabel, then lie about its existence? Evidence that either exonerates or tends to exonerate the witness, and then when they find a more clear version of this evidence exists, can they surreptitiously obtain it and tell the custodian, don't say a word about it? We'll find out with your ruling. Here's the irony, Your Honor. This ruling's not going to affect me. I'm going to go back to Hickman County and divorce people. I can tell you who is waiting on your ruling. Every dishonest member of law enforcement and prosecutor that is faced with a weak case. Your green light, if you condone this, will be the best they could have ever hoped for. And to be clear, I am not saying every law enforcement or prosecutor in this case or throughout the state is either dishonest or corrupt. We live in a state that prides itself in law enforcement, and we should. Those who do their job honorably have the utmost regard for everyone in this courtroom. It is to them this court owes the duty to not reward the bad conduct that besmirches their life's work. I would read to you from page 504, retired agent Joe Walker, to be your guiding light. If there's evidence that cannot manipulate that Zach Adams was not part of this crime, you want him out of jail, don't you? If Zach Adams was in jail unnecessarily, sir, I couldn't sleep at night. I can promise you that. Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right video? Yes, sir. Do you feel terrible? Again, sir, I don't know. I don't feel terrible until I know for sure. You're worried, aren't you? I would hate to think that it would be, but I'm not certain at this point. No, sir. Chaucer wrote in Canterbury Tales, if the gold rust, what chance does the iron have? If Chaucer were here, he would say it this way. If this conduct in this case is not corrected in such a high visibility case, what's going to happen to the low visibility ones? Your Honor, subject to any post-trial filings as the court requires, this largely concludes my appointment to the court under Rule 28, Section 610C2, whereby I have reviewed the pro se petition, filed the amended petition asserting other claims which the petitioner was arguably entitled to, interviewed relevant witnesses, diligently investigated and presented all reasonable claims. To say that this has been disappointing and at times disgusting and even intimidated to present to the court would be an understatement. I read no such exceptions to Rule 28 that could have made this easier for me. I would be lying if I did not say I wish such exceptions existed at times. I found myself this summer working late at night, often on this case, and moving offices across the square in Centerville. One artifact I came across was an article in the Hickman County Times from 1981, where the then assistant prosecutor resigned because he was so upset at the corrupt, dishonest judge who presided over the court. The prosecutor not only wrote the resignation to the judge and the DA, he allowed it to be run in the Hickman County Times. The letter reviewed in detail the horrible acts from the bench this prosecutor had witnessed. And he ended it by acknowledging that this resignation made public will cause a financial cost to his future that he regrets. But he would rather his children grow up poor than to witness him stand silent in the face of such corruption and dishonor from the very institutions we cherish most in our country. The author had a daughter who has since taught history and government, and a son who followed in his footsteps. For the reasons I have cited to you, Your Honor, I'm asking you to not stand silent either. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Ms. Lawrence, yours again.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the state of Tennessee, on behalf of every law-abiding citizen, on behalf of every law enforcement agency in this state, and particularly those that had anything to do with this case, whether it was from the early moments of the morning of April 13, 2011 to today, we do not care where Zach Adams was at 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. The state of Tennessee could not care less where he was at that time on that day. Out of their own witnesses' mouths, Agent Terry Dicus, the operative, the key, the essential time period in this case, in this investigation, 9:39 in the morning. He elaborated a little more and said from 8 to 10:30 in the morning. That was the key time. Their own witness. This court has heard proof since May. The jury heard proof for a week. Thousands of pieces of evidence have been admitted before Your Honor, before Judge McGinley. Often when we wrap up jury cases, we say to the jury as prosecutors, particularly cases like this, it's hard to give it to you. It's hard to turn this case over to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We know you've been listening. We know you've been paying attention. We chose you. We know you're going to follow the law, but it's still hard to hand that case over. Your Honor is the jury here. And the state of Tennessee has the utmost confidence that Your Honor is going to do the right thing, that Your Honor is going to follow the law that says that they have to prove beyond clear and convincing evidence, or with clear and convincing evidence, that Jennifer Thompson and Jim Simmons and Jerry Gonzalez performed below reasonable standards.
Yep.
Not magician standards, not wizard standards, not could you maybe bribe a juror and get them to hang this thing up. But did they perform at reasonable objective standards in the moment? Not looking back all these years later with hindsight. And I'd have done it differently. I'd have done this instead. Did they meet that standard? If they did, we're done. And Your Honor can proudly put your signature on that order. If they didn't, they still have to prove that it would have made a difference. That when that jury came back into this courtroom, if they'd heard everything that Your Honor has heard today, plus everything that they heard during the course of the week of that trial, that they would have come in here and said, you know what? I don't know. Or just one of them. All it takes is one to say, state didn't meet their burden. I can't sign my name on that. Would any of this have made a difference? State submits that the only difference what has transpired in this courtroom since May and outside of this courtroom in an attempt to manipulate these findings, in an attempt to manipulate and threaten witnesses, that the only thing that has changed standing here today, December 29th, 2025, is we know even more certainly how guilty he is. When we started these proceedings in May, the state pointed out that he, the defendant, sits before you, a convicted murderer in the state of Tennessee.
She's crazy.
And it's louder today than it was when we started in May. Because what the petitioner is asking the court to do
Delusion.
is to look at the proof.
This is delusion.
Please don't read all of Mike Frizzell's report. Let me just scream and carry on about how the state hid evidence. If it wasn't so tragic to sit here with the Bobos in 2025 and watch them go through this.
She's trying to manipulate
It's
him.
common
What?
to carry to its ultimate conclusion what the petitioner is asking the court to believe. Please don't look at all of Mr. Frizzell's report. Just focus on the fact that he put that fourth ping on a later page. At no time did Mike Frizzell today or ever in front of that jury say, just look at this little piece of what I found. Look at all of it. Everyone who testified in this courtroom before Your Honor and who testified before that jury, with the exception of a few that I will talk about, everybody from law enforcement, look at all of it. Got it all. Here it is. I would hazard to guess that never in the state of Tennessee, perhaps in any state, I don't know, but in the state of Tennessee, never has a trial been conducted where the defense team had everything the state had. Everything. So this same petitioner who wants the court to believe that we're over here manipulating witnesses and telling people what to say and hiding stuff in our bags, I don't know, they had it all. They had it all. And we were at their mercy to receive the information. We were at their mercy to receive the information that Jennifer Thompson decided to trickle in bit by bit. to stand before this court and accuse in the way that petitioner has done is offensive to not only the men and women that have worked this case, but everybody that's out there right now. Because to sign this imaginary order that the petitioner is asking the court to sign, you would by doing so say, it's okay to come into court and make up stuff. It's okay to come into court and have selective amnesia.
What?
Things. This same defense attorney who put in 3,000 hours on this case shut down her whole practice. And we only know what we know from the time she was appointed. She was hired by the family for a year prior to that. So we'll never know the grand total of hours that she put into this case. It was an obsession. She put makeup on him every day. She dressed him in her husband's suits. They got along famously. They talked, they communicated, they met.
What?
The little that he would talk. And in the thousands and thousands of hours that Jennifer Thompson put into this case, she still believes he's innocent. That's clear by the fact that she came in here and testified the way she did. It is absolutely unbelievable, not plausible, not credible. I don't really remember what he told me about where he was that morning. That was her answer to my question.
Which,
You had conversations with him, yes, of course. You met with him many times, of course. Talked to all these people, yes, of course. Okay, we're all dying to know. Because I can tell the court this as well on behalf of the state of Tennessee and on behalf of every law enforcement agent across this beautiful state, that if an innocent person is sitting in prison, we want to get into action as quickly as we can. Please, by all means, show us, tell us, point it out. He can't. He can't. He hasn't. And he never will. Perhaps the truth, if he's been paying attention, is a little bit clearer to him now than it was during the trial. The proof that this court heard, the proof that the jury heard, was that this defendant was with Jason Autry the morning of April 13th, 2011. No one from the state of Tennessee has ever presented a theory in which this defendant is the one who grabbed Holly Bobo from her carport. I would submit that that's never been a theory that's been argued, articulated. He was calling the shots. You see, none of this
what?
was supposed to go down the way it did. We'll never know, for whatever reason, what motivated them that early morning to grab Holly Bobo. We'll never know. It'd be great if there was a turn of conscience, like Jason Autry and Dylan Adams had, just given us a little bit, but you got to go to hell to catch a devil. And that's where we've been for a long, long time. Holly Bobo was not supposed to fight as hard as she did.
What?
Holly Bobo wasn't supposed to fight for her life.
This woman's delusional.
Dylan Adams was never supposed to fall. The proof, it was heart-wrenching. For what? And if, again, petitioner's petition is that Jennifer Thompson should have put Dylan Adams on the stand for the jury to hear. Perhaps the only thing that would have come from that lame move was that the jury would have been out and been back with their verdict a lot faster. Jennifer Thompson managed to keep that jury out for 2 days. If the jury had seen the manipulation and the fear of Dylan Adams, that's what this is all about. Of course, Dylan Adams is going to do what I tell him to do. Get rid of the phone, get rid of her stuff. Jason and I are going to go get rid of her body. You all get rid of this junk, and we'll meet up here later. And we know all this from the cell phone records. We know all this from the towers. The court has the proof, and the state has great confidence that the court can see through the smoke and mirrors, the emperor is wearing no clothes case that the petitioner has put on. The only thing that would have happened had Dylan Adams testified was a faster verdict. The only thing that would have happened had the defendant testified in his own behalf was a faster verdict. She kept that jury out for 2 days, and she kept him off death row. One of the most heinous, complex, violent, indefensible cases in this state's history. Absolutely no motive other than bragging rights. That's it. If I pull this off, stories I'll get to tell.
What?
Holly wasn't supposed to fight that hard. And gosh, she wasn't supposed to be alive at the river. Court recall, they drove to the river, an area that this petitioner was familiar with, testified to it finally in 2025, probably never told his lawyer he'd been down there before, despite the graffiti and the countless times he'd been down there fishing and doing what else. They took her down there to gut her body because that's going to float, or not float rather, that's going to sink. And then we're out of here. We're out of here. We'll drive into town. I got to get Jason back to the church at Yellow Springs because Jason Autry's got to make sure that his girlfriend sees him at lunchtime or she's going to be hopping mad. I got to drop Jason off at the Yellow Springs church. I'm going to pick up Shane and Dylan because those two knuckleheads I got to keep an eye on. They ain't the brightest, and I don't want them talking. And we got to all be in this together. All for one, one for all. And we'll get into town and we'll be seen. This will be great. And think of the bragging I'll have. Holly Bobo. The big prize. So they get down to the river. And she's still alive. This is not going as planned. Thank goodness. We've always got a gun. A bullet to the back of the head. If the court wants to disregard Mitchell Hayes' testimony, of course the court has that purview and power. Just like the jury had the purview and the power and the responsibility, and they took the oath to judge every witness's credibility to testify. And let's not lose sight of the fact that Jennifer Thompson put on quite a defense. We've all participated in criminal prosecutions where there's nothing done on the other side. An objection here or there, cross-examination here or there. That's it. Jennifer Thompson is a fighter. She was dogged and relentless and focused on one thing and one thing only. Walk him out of the courtroom. She's still proud of her work on this case. It's one of 3 featured cases on our website. If she was so distraught about her performance and her participation in the denial of his constitutional rights, why didn't she report herself? Why didn't Jim Simmons report her? Why didn't Jerry Gonzalez report her? From the river, they go back 100 miles an hour with some of what's come out of his mouth in terms of the distance they're traveling. They've got a dead body in the back of the truck. The body was supposed to be in the Tennessee River, but we couldn't do that because she was still alive. We had to shoot her, and we heard a boat. Your Honor, met that boat driver today. The state submits to you one of the most credible witnesses to ever take the stand in this beautiful courthouse or any other across the state. Here's what I heard.
Oh my God. The most credible witness.
We do not know, sitting here today, where the defendant was from 7:50 in the morning until they land in Parsons and his phone starts pinging around 11:12, 11:15. Except we do know a little bit about what he was up to. The problem is he can't be honest about it, because to be honest about it would be to admit once and for all, as Jason and Dylan have done, his role in this. But he is praying and hoping against everything he has left, against the power of the podcast and some veiled, I don't know, threat to the court about ignoring the facts and ignoring the law, that the truth will be buried in the same way he was instructing Mr. Bates' agent, Ms. Spirko, to bury something on a piece of property. Here's where you go. Here's what you do. Don't take a phone. They might track you. He can't own up to what he's done because it's too horrible. And this game is too far gone.
It's not a game.
But we know from all of the cell phone evidence, from Jonathan Reeves, who Mike Frizzell said it today, he said it during trial. I agree with him. Jonathan Reeves and I see eye to eye on this thing. The only one that Mike Frizzell takes issue with is Johnny Walker, because he said there's no empirical data to support the limb that Johnny Walker got out on. And I would remind the court that petitioner's own witness called Johnny Walker incompetent. Jerry Gonzalez smirked at the skill set and the level of incompetence of Johnny Walker when he was on the stand. The same Johnny Walker that when, in his mind, he manages to crack this case, he marches into that jail and gets Terry Britt to confess to kidnapping and murdering Holly Bobo. What does he do with it? He sends an email to himself and closes his computer down and goes home for the weekend. Even he knew it was worthless. Even he knew he was being played. This same petitioner who's asking the court to free a convicted, guilty murderer wants the court to order the charges against an innocent man. Much of the petitioner's early documents and position in this case is that we got the wrong person. Terry Britt is who did this crime. Terry Britt killed Holly Bobo. There is zero proof of that. Out of Terry Dykes's own mouth, the only proof he had was that Terry Britt is a registered sex offender. We'll all agree to that. He's got a revoked license and he lives near the area. Is that really the society that we want to live in? Is that really the criminal justice system that we want to proudly be a part of? To ignore the mountain of evidence against the convicted murderer and lock up the innocent guy. Because this just didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. Holly wasn't supposed to fight so hard. Jason Autry was not supposed to testify. Dylan Adams was not supposed to talk. And just one person on that juror, needed to not be convinced by the highest standard in jurisprudence, beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. I want to make sure I get these times right, because there's been a lot of attempts to, again, look through a straw and not look at everything. Terry Dykes, 8 o'clock to 10:30 is the relevant time. 11:15 to 12:15 is not relevant. He said it. Everybody said it. The state will say it again. We could not care less where this defendant, where Shane Austin, where that alleged Silverado, where Dylan Adams, couldn't care less where they were at 11:15 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. What the state does care about is where they were from 8 to 10:30. And what we know about the phone information, from 9:12 in the morning to 9:50 in the morning, 9:12 in the morning to 9:50 in the morning, Zach Adams is inactive on his phone. There's no activity going on his phone. 8:55 to 9:42, Jason Autry's phone is inactive. They'd been talking before together. Their phones had been active before as they're making the plan. Hey, this has all gone amok down here. I need your help. We got Holly Bobo and this is going to be fun. But during that vital time period, out of every law enforcement officer that took this stand, regardless of who called them to the stand, that's our key point. Total inactivity. 9:50 to 12:18 p.m., 9:50 in the morning, on the tower, closest to the river, Birdsong, back toward the truck stop tower and on into Parsons, this defendant is wearing those keys out. There are 25 communication activities between 9:50 in the morning and 10:30 in the morning from this defendant's phone. He is frantic, absolutely frantic, because she wasn't supposed to be alive at the river. The state wishes, for purposes of this presentation, but to be quite honest, Your Honor, more importantly for the Bobo family, the state wishes we could tell you when they dumped Holly Bobo's body. We know where it was found. Again, through the straw that the petitioner is holding and asking the court to look at the evidence through, there was a .380 casing, not bullet, despite their repeated attempts to use that word bullet, casing, found near her body. Well, guess what? There were also about 100 other items found near her body, all of which were collected. Laura Hodge of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation took the stand and testified at trial, and there were 82 items put into evidence alone while she was on the stand. That's how much stuff there was out in the area where Holly Bobo spent her last moments on earth. Lots of other ammunition was found out there and a myriad of other things. It doesn't matter. We still don't know when the body was put there. It's pretty clear from the cell phone testimony and from what Your Honor has seen in the beaten down testimony of Dylan Adams. And again, it was hard to watch as a human being. It was hard to watch him on the stand. I think we all probably caught ourselves having to remember the role that he played in this rape, kidnapping, and murder of an innocent young girl. But if you didn't believe before he took the stand that he had spent his whole life being physically, emotionally, and psychologically abused and beaten by the petitioner, it was pretty clear. The same petitioner that shot his mother, the same mother who the court heard on the jail calls, threatening him, yelling at him, to the point that he cried in the jail calls and he cried here. 14 years later. The same frantic murderer who's wearing his phone out from 9:50 to 10:30 in the morning. He's calling Rebecca Earp. He's calling Dick Adams. He's calling Joe's video. He's calling everybody he can think of because now he's got a truck with a dead body in the back and he's got some work to do. Where can I go and safely take this truck? Is my grandfather home? That's why he's calling Dick Adams. Will Rebecca Earp lie for me and be my alibi? No, she wasn't going to do that. And the jury heard all of the attempts of an alibi that this petitioner made, both in the days and weeks and months after Holly Bobo's murder. And I will not belabor them, but they were all blown to bits. Jason Autry, first time he was contacted by law enforcement, came up with some story, but I was working, gave them the name of the guy he was working for, exactly where it was. Law enforcement, I know, ran it to the ground, as they do, as they are emboldened and empowered and expected to do. Ran it to the ground, and that man said, I hadn't seen Jason Autry since I don't know when. Their alibis were falling apart, but the lead officer was ignoring it because he was looking through a straw. The same straw that the petitioner is asking the court to use. He's wearing that phone out, trying to figure out where he's going to go and get rid of this body, get rid of the white truck, the same white truck that jurors heard witnesses testify had been driving down the Bobo Street in the days leading up to Holly's abduction. White truck, I got to get rid of it. The black truck was probably the one used to drive around and get rid of the evidence. We'll never know. We'll never know the order of things, and we will never, ever, ever, ever know unless he has a moment of weakness when Holly Bobo and her phone were separated. No one took this stand with any credible proof to say, I saw it. And that's all we have is speculation and theory. But every expert that is truly an expert, that truly has credible experience in this line of work said there's no way to tell. There's no way to tell from this data when she was separated from that phone.
He's frantically trying to figure out where everybody is so he can get his story straight. And in that same day, or in the days that follow, well, let me back up. I'm sorry. Later that night, this same frantic petitioner is trying to steal cars and guns from his grandfather. And the court heard those 911 tapes. They're on a first name basis with the Adams household. The same Dick Adams who, when asked if Zach had anything to do with the murder and rape and abduction of Holly Bobo, said, if he did, he's probably good for it. Imagine that being your grandfather's response if you were accused of one of the most heinous crimes to have occurred in West Tennessee in modern time. Yeah, it does not shock me that Zach might have had something to do with this. Because that very night, Dick Adams came face to face with the frantic murderer. And nobody but family, nobody knows better than family what he's capable of. He's out of control, trying to get out of town because he's worried that it was sloppy. It did not go the way it was supposed to go. The court heard endless testimony, as did the jury, of all of the bragging. And the only really reasonable question to ask there is, why would you say those things if they weren't true? Why in the world? What is the motive? There's been absolutely no credible proof about those statements, about misunderstanding of those statements. You have expected for somebody to come in and say, oh, we were all in the same room together when he said it. These people are scattered all over the state, in various places, coming in contact with him at different times. No body, no gun. Before the body and her skull with the bullet to the back was ever found. The bizarre, frantic behavior of washing the mattress and the officers that testified to that, those are not the scratches of a meth addict. And if they were, why lie about it? If they were, why lie about it? Because he can't face the truth. It's too ugly. The first time anything about a bank is mentioned is in September of 2014. This defendant and his meth monkey team, the A-team, whatever they like to call themselves, had been talked to who knows how many times by law enforcement as they combed this area, looking for Holly, looking for anything, anybody who knew something, saw something. Never did any of them mention, until it was Shane Austin's parents in September of 2014 that said, I don't know, maybe there was a bank transaction. Okay, thanks. Your Honor's seen the still. Your Honor's seen the video. More importantly, the court has heard from everyone who has taken the stand, with the exception of the convicted murderer and his beaten down brother, Dylan Adams, that it's not worth the paper it's printed on. It shows nothing. The emperor is wearing no clothes. The murderer has no defense.
even Jennifer Thompson, who we'll never know why, what motivated her to take the stand and answer the questions in the way she did. Even she looked at it and said, I don't know what this is. No, I can't see anybody in there. Of all of the people on the planet who would have loved to have proven us all wrong, to have gotten one up on Judge Nichols, I mean, the court's heard ad nauseum about their lack of a friendship. Who would love anything more than to be able to say, you all are so dumb, here it is right here. But even she couldn't do it. The only two that see anything in there are the one that's doing life and the one that was told what to say. Every other witness, whether petitioner called them or whether we called them, I don't know what that is. It's got no value. But even for the sake of your Honor's responsibility and the incredible job in front of this court, let's just say, for the sake of this argument, that it is clear as day that you can see the A-team in the front of that truck pulled in backward at the bank at 11:12 in the morning. Who cares? Holly's already dead. If that video had been taken between, let me make sure I get the times right from Agent Dykus, between 8 and 10:30, and you could see anything, yeah, that's a pretty good alibi. But the time is irrelevant. The state couldn't care less, nor does the law care where this convicted murderer was after he'd already killed Holly Bobo. And all that the court heard in terms of alibi from Dylan Adams and this defendant was where they were after they killed her. Don't look too closely at what the proof shows as to where we were while she was being kidnapped, raped, and shot in the back of the head at the Tennessee River. Don't look too closely. Jennifer Thompson whether she looked at the video or not, she did spend time before going to law school as a computer programmer. And I think the court can see from the evidence that was admitted, the tech savvy ability that she had. She knew what she was doing. She was an experienced attorney at the time the family hired her. She served then, she serves today on the CJA panel. Every accolade that you can have thrown at you as an attorney has been thrown at her. This one just didn't turn out the way she wanted. Whether she saw it or not, it doesn't matter, because she had a strategy. And she had the best defense that has ever been handed to a defendant in the history of the state. And his name was Terry Britt. He looks and walks and talks like and is a registered sex offender. And it only takes one to not listen to all of the evidence and all of the facts and all of the law. That was her strategy. Imagine if this were all reversed and she had put the defendant on the stand and he had done a bang-up job at trial, just like he did before the court with his selective amnesia. Oh, I don't remember where I was. Oh, I don't know where I was. No, I didn't say that. That was just a joke. Imagine if she put him on the stand and he had testified and that jury went back and convicted him.
Then the accusations from this side would be, you should have blamed Terry Britt. You've got this walking poster child. Every defendant accused going forward is going to point at him. Why didn't you put on Terry Britt? Why would you ever put on proof putting these guys together? That's why the video is useless. Even if it showed anything, even if the time helped, why would she want to put them together? Her defense was to distance him from the others, the A team, and to pin this on Terry Britt. But in addition, she didn't just sit back on her laurels with that as her sole objective. She cross-examined the fire out of just about everybody that took the stand. Can we sit here in 2025 with hindsight and say, oh, but you should have asked it this way? Sure, we can do that all day long. Thankfully, that's not what the law requires. The mandates of the law are for the court to look at the totality of the case at the time. And at the time and in the moment, and given what Jennifer Thompson and her team of 24 people that were working day in and day out around the clock while this case was in trial, their strategy was golden, easy, succinct, easy to understand. Very rarely does a defense attorney have a name to put on the some other dude did it defense. This jury got to meet him and size him up and listen to her cross-examination and take it all into account and weigh it all. The state has great confidence and faith in this court. And just as much confidence and faith in our system. A system that provided this convicted murderer with every piece of evidence that the state gathered to prove his guilt. A system that allowed his team of lawyers and experts and jury consultants and forensic experts, and I mean, the list is as long as this aisle. A system that never said, no, that's too much money. We're not going to pay for it. Everything that Jennifer Thompson requested was granted. A system that selects from the community men and women, not lawyers to second judge and second guess. Men and women of a community to listen to the law, to listen to the facts, and to never, ever, ever leave their common sense behind. A system that instructs that jury of their incredible responsibility, that you must, every one of you, all 12 of you, find beyond a reasonable doubt that Zach Adams raped, kidnapped, and murdered Holly Bobo. A system that made everything available to him. Ms. Thompson was hired by his family and then convinced the court to appoint her. She kept him off death row. And a system that allows Your Honor to look at everything, what the jury heard, with the added benefit of what the court has heard now. And the absolute unbelievable testimony that she just doesn't recall what he said, or that all of those communications with her client, every note she took, is missing. It's not plausible. The focus group that we asked her about, for a minute there I thought, well, geez, did we read something wrong? And she had zero memory of that. And the court saw from the bar graph this morning from Forrest Richardson, 40 hours spent on a focus group. Dogged, relentless, obsessed. Zach Adams was afforded one of the greatest defenses and defense presentations and defense teamwork of any accused criminal in this state, to the tune of $275,000 for Ms. Thompson alone, just during the time that she was appointed. The standard that the law requires is light years beneath what she gave him. And even her dogged, relentless, obsessed attention to detail, quest to win, desire to beat Jennifer Nichols, none of it mattered. Because in the great state of Tennessee, in these courtrooms, the law is the boss. The law that that jury followed and proudly walked back in here and returned their verdict to Judge McGinley, and the same law that Your Honor will follow. Same law regarding credibility of witnesses, reasonableness, prejudice. Would any of it have made a difference? The state submits the only difference is that verdict would have been a lot faster.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner. All right, council, Rule 28 requires 60 days in order in this proceeding. I'm hopeful we get transcripts inside of 60 days. Oddly, it says I can extend it 30 days for unforeseen circumstances. I think it's quite foreseen right now that it's going to take more than 60 days. I hope you'll understand. I do have a regular docket, a regular trial docket to run as well. So, that said, I'll give it to you promptly, and I will probably file it first and give you file copies, so there's no distribution of a signed copy that I'm submitting it for. I'll wait for the clerk to file it. But rest assured, the day that I file it, you get copies, at least emails get up. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else we need to cover?
Not for the state, Mayor.
Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you all for your dedication to this case. Both sides.
Yes, sir.
You put a tremendous amount of work in this, that's clear. tonight's matter. This matter is, all right.
All right, there you have it. He has 60 days to make a decision. And I just want to say on the record that a defense or a family law divorce attorney just literally eviscerated the state's DA top team. I wish they got a rebuttal. Yeah. I mean, I think Mr. Bates, he shook his hand. He's thank you. Damn. Well, he can come back sooner than 60 days, but we will be waiting. But I mean, I have no idea who this woman thought she was, but she does not represent me as a female. That woman should have had a guy say all of that shit. I want to hear a guy argue like that. This man fought like for himself. He put all that stuff in his own post conviction filing and brief, and wow. And mainstream media just blows. So we will keep our eyes on it. Okay. She really only addressed the ineffective assistance of counsel. She was just talking about how much he just had it all in trial one, and yeah. No mention the fact that, I don't know, everybody recanted saying that Jennifer Nichols orchestrated one of the biggest corrupt prosecution of a death penalty case in the history of mankind. I mean, we're not going to talk about that at all. There is no evidence. The evidence was the testimony of people saying that, yeah, man, he said he did this, and we did this, and we did that, and blah, blah, blah. There's no evidence. None. So it's really sad. It's a really sad situation. So Tennessee, make yourself known. Write these people letters. Who's this woman that just got up there and made a complete ass out of herself? I would have told Jennifer Nichols to clean up her own mess, and I'm not find somebody else to do this stuff. The woman got up there and sold her soul to the devil. You guys just saw Jennifer Drake alive. Catch you on the next one. Much love. Absolutely, Mary. She was an embarrassment. And like I said, make a guy do that. Make a guy get up there and talk like that. Shug tits. We'll see you on the next one. And I will be discussing the little innuendos about the podcast that they were taking shots at Dana and Dr. Katie Spirko on the Trial and Error podcast. Jennifer Nichols took those cheap shots when she was on the stand, and now here, Chicken Lady here, she was taking those shots. So we'll discuss that. And actually, I would just love to hear Dana go ahead and have them on, and they can discuss that. I'm going to try to have them on for a live, so I think it'd be great to hear them. All right, guys, until the next one, much love. See ya. Bye. Thanks for being here. This man, 1,000% innocent. 1,000%.